Oh, hello, and welcome on in. Happy Monday. I hope you are doing well. Oh, it has been a bit of a panic the last 5 minutes. Found out that my
Ron's
headphones
underscored money
didn't
is the
charge
first and they deserve a cookie.
for no reason. I've never had that happen in my life. So I was running around trying to figure it out. Didn't necessarily figure it out. So headphones may die on me. I may go, you can still hear me. I won't be able to hear you. So we're gonna wait. I have a secondary battery that's charging right now. So maybe we can swap between the two. Hopefully that might work. Um what what what? Do you guys hear all the random noises that I hear? Yo, Gold, welcome in. Lord Nix, how you doing? How you doing? Yo, do we have a mod in here? Ba, 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 ba. How do I ban? Boop. Got him. Got him. Buckwheat Hellhound, welcome in. Welcome. I know Void was here earlier. Void might not have refreshed yet. Welcome in, G Money. How you doing, friend? Granite, welcome in. Welcome. How are you doing? Thought first was already claimed, so I didn't even try. Wait, who got first? Yeah, who got first? G Money. G Money did get first. Let's go. G Money, what kind of cookies are we having today? Oops, I need to update this real quick. I was running around trying to figure out my headphone situation instead. We do have a spawn incoming. You probably won't be able to catch it here though. Just a heads up. You won't be able to catch it here. So if you do need it, you might need to jump somewhere else to get it. But I wanted to go live right at 1 o'clock, like I said I would. I hope you all have had a wonderful weekend. I know I wasn't live on Saturday like I was supposed to be. I had audio problems, and apparently I'm still having audio problems. Because why would I? Why would I not? Why would I not? Blue, welcome in, my friend. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Bada. We got a hippopotamus. If you guys need it, check to see. You won't be able to catch it here, but at the very least, do pokey check. Pokey check will work. Up. See. I need it. Good luck if you're going for the little hippo. But yes, my headphones are beeping at me every like 30 seconds. I wish I could make that stop. It is warning me that my battery is almost dead, which I already know. So thank you, headphones. Styling on ya, bro. We'll be able to catch the next spawn. I know. I'm sorry. Vixie, welcome in. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. It's been a good day. It has been a good day. I woke up. I got a lot of sleep. It felt amazing. Tackled all my audio issues for the most part over the weekend. It did take me a full day on Saturday. Like I was literally wrestling with my audio the entire day, and got that figured out for the most part. There's still like an underlying issue that I don't know how to fix. Chat GBT doesn't even really know how to fix it unless I delete a bunch of really important files. And yeah, that's scary. That's kind of scary. Pi, welcome in. Welcome. But other than the technical difficulties, I'm doing really good. Where
Hey,
did the
Pokio,
PCG
I just
extension
wanted to say how
go?
much I
Oh shoot.
appreciate you.
You're honestly one of the most amazing and spectacular people I know. Your support,
Oh,
humor, and just the way you show up as a friend means more than I can put into words. You're not just awesome, you're the kind of person
honestly,
everyone's lucky to have in their life. Seriously,
I
thanks
needed
for
those
being you.
words. I needed those words today. Yo, thank you, G Money. I really do appreciate you. And I'm glad that you are in my life. Bro, bro, that hit. That hit. I appreciate. I appreciate. Damn. Damn. PCG extension is at the very bottom now. Are you on? Okay, actually, I wanted to check that because I think it's flip flopped. When I set it up, I put PCG as extension one, but I think that puts it at the very bottom. And I want to see how that looks on mobile because if I put it as extension three, then people might complain, oh, where did it go on mobile? Let's see. Yeah, because it's one or the other. People are going to complain about it on browser or on mobile. So I don't know which one's better. I don't know which one's better. If you're on browser, though, I guess what we could do is make an extension or a link that opens up the extension here. More of Twitch's dog shit UI. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I can't really do much about it. But what we could do is this.
Command add. What do we want? PCG pop. That way you can just like click that if that's easier, and then you can grab it like PCG. Boop. You just grab it that way. Yo, Max, how you doing? Banana voice, who? You have a banana voice? No, I have banana voice. Ayo, ayo. I'm glad it's working. Honestly, I'm just glad it's working. Let's be real. Yo, Xenix, how you doing? Miss Whiskers, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Barry with the 35 streak. Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, I don't play that. Was just curious where PCG went. Whatever works for y'all. Yeah, it's one or the other. Like PCG will be first on mobile, or it'll be last on mobile. And then if it's first on mobile, it'll be at the bottom of the page. If it's last on mobile, it'll be at the top of the page on browser, which makes no sense. Makes no sense. Wait, you have Blurp now? Yes, but don't use it yet. Copy. Let me studio mode and paste reference. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think it should work. Wait, you have Blurp now? I want one. So I don't know how Blurp works. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I'm gonna be straight up with you. I don't know how it works, but I set it up so we can test it out. Feel free to use it if you would like. I think that there's text to speech. I don't know if I set up any videos, but I do have a bunch of audios, I think, that you can play through their library. I'm not sure. Same page. What is Blurp? So Blurp is a extension that allows you to play various different noises. Noises that I necessarily haven't set up on my stream, but noises that they have within their curated library, and you are able to pick from their library and play them on stream. Red Eye, welcome in. Welcome in. Join me in the suffering. You need more Tandem Mouse. Bro, that sounds miserable today. That does sound like a very Monday thing to do, though. That does sound like a very Monday thing to do. Just like, oh, it's a Monday. Let's go out to the tandem house. I lost my what's it called? My outbreak. So I need to go back and grab that actually. Because I went on, grabbed all the shiny legendaries, didn't even think about it, saved. I was like, all right, cool. I did what I was supposed to do. Of course I know what that reference is, Max. Of course. Yo, you got a friend. Welcome in. I'm at 121. Okay, that makes me feel like I'm not doing my job, right? Cause like, what are we at? 55? We have 55 of them. TCG flags. Why? What do I need to do to make that to work?
The global library.
Yes, exactly. Exactly. Is there something that I need to do with the extension to make that work? That is my question. Sleepy, you got a friend. I need to submit an application. I did. I believe I did. I did that a long time ago. I just finally set up the extension today. Not even sure I entered it right. We're going to learn together, Barry. We will learn together. Need a heckin' nap? Yo, honestly, normalize nap time for adults, right? Am I right? That should be the next presidential order. Poke, may I submit a blurb walk on? Or so do explain that to me. Does that mean like when you first come into stream, it plays your audio? Multiple naps. I'm about it. You already have your, I think we'll stick with the commands that we have. You can play it every 20 hours for free. I think we'll stick with what's it called? The ones that I have already made for you. The ones that you earn, I think are a bit more meaningful, if that makes sense. While hunting Tandem House, I have Self Reset, Reggie Steel, Reggie Rock, Reggie Ice, and Reggie Aliki. Wow. Yeah, exactly. They're a bit more personalized. You've earned them. They count up if you'd like them to. Walk-ons play audio as soon as you've loaded the blurb extension. Just need to submit it and you need to allow it. Bats, Jubet, hello. Oh my God, almost missed it. Give me a second. Actually, wait. This should have. Did I plug this in wrong? Are you drowning me? I can't hear. Hope. Okay. Yeah, no, it didn't charge. Let's do this. The other battery is charged a little bit. So in the meantime, we're gonna swap batteries. Let this guy charge. Right? Am I right? Okay, charging. Nice. Love it. This is already on. Now it's not beeping at me. Let's go. Okay, cool. Cool. I'll show you an example. I will say this about that. If you have a blurb question, get with PML. He's a blurb know-it-all. Gotcha. Okay, cool. It doesn't work on mobile because the extensions don't open until you manually go to them. I propose 2 meals, 3 snacks, and 4 naps a day. All right, well, you got a friend. When are you going to run for president? President of the world. Because I think everyone in the world could use that. Not just us. That sounds fantastic. What kind of snacks does everyone have today? I haven't had any snacks today, actually. No snackies yet. But that doesn't mean I won't have any later. Configure Configure the extension before you go live. Okay, I did that. Do I just go here? I'm on mobile now. Oh, gotcha. So it doesn't work on there. Max, that's something to look at later. Not while Poke is still having some audio issues. Well, that's a good point. That is a good point. Just had some Snickers protein bar. Not bad. I love a good Snickers. Reese's cream filled Oreos. Yum. Cuddles plus naps. Hell yeah. Can both meals be breakfast food? Absolutely. And I would encourage it. I would encourage that. I had Taco Bell. I was literally talking to Miss Whiskers about Taco Bell yesterday. That's crazy. That's crazy. She sent me an oil painting of Taco Bell, a Taco Bell order. Once everyone learns that you have blur, expect chaos. I figured, why not add it? Add a little bit of flavor, a little bit of flair. Just woke up like 15 minutes ago, haven't eaten today. I used to be very bad about eating breakfast. I used to be very, very bad about eating breakfast. For the most part, I would just wake up and like go on with my day. But now I've been much better, especially since I'm on antibiotics right now. I have to eat before I take antibiotics. So this whole week I've been like waking up and having breakfast. Honestly, for the past like couple of months, I've been pretty good about breakfast. And it does help you get going. I will be honest. I will be honest. I was like, why does this exist and why is it so good? Here, let me find the picture that we're talking about. I'll show it off. Open link. Check this out. Look at that. Doesn't that make you hungry? I woke up at 1 o'clock your time. Honestly, that's a mood. That is a mood. I woke up at like 11:40 when my alarm was going off at 9 o'clock. So I feel you. I feel you. I get wicked stomach aches on antibiotics if I don't eat first. Yeah, no, seriously. Any antibiotics. Antibiotics are pretty intense. I usually try and stay away from them as much as possible. Haven't eaten breakfast since 2011. Damn. Literally right before you started stream. Well, we're kicking your day off right, hopefully. Good vibes. Nothing but good vibes. Relincanth in chat. You can catch this one. This is a female Relincanth. A lot of people don't even realize Relincanth has gender differences. It's like right here on its jaw. I think the males have longer jaws. They have like a little fang that comes out. So kind of cool. Really good shiny too. Can use a heal ball, net ball, or a geo ball. Shiny missed this last week. Was that here? We had a bunch of them spawn here. Oh no, granite. I forgot to check actually. I forgot to check to see if I shiny missed. Good luck, everyone. Relincanth in chat. Good luck if you're going for it. I love this shiny. I do too. I remember when it was released in Pokemon Go, I went so hard for it. I think you could only get it in eggs at one of the like events. I forget which tour it was. It was like one of their Go tours or something. But yeah, I went super hard for it. Very fun shiny. Very, very fun shiny. Yoigi, hope you're doing well. Good luck on Relincanth, everyone. GG catchers. We got styling on you, bro. You got a friend. Blue Tigress, Miss Whiskers, Barry, Mousehold, myself, and Yoigi. Oh no. Head pats for Max. Head pats for Max. I'm sorry about the miss, my friend. Anyone have any big things this week? Any exams? Any, checkups with the boss? Any fun things with the family? Max has 21 shinies. Max, have you been doing rank this season? Season 4, 22 wins. Not too bad. Not too bad. Nope, but I do have a debate for public speaking class on Thursday. Ooh, I was never in debate class, but I think I would have really enjoyed it. I think I would have really enjoyed it. What are you debating on? I have a debate for public speaking. I did have to take public speaking, though. We never did debates, it was more speeches. It was a lot of speeches, and it kind of felt arbitrary, but you know, whoa, you did it. You did it. They have 20 in the bank. I'm sleeping till next week. Oh no. Yo, definitely take it easy. Sending you lots of love. You got a friend. Debating against the death penalty. Ooh, that is yeah, that is a very interesting one. That is a very interesting one. I go back to work today for the first time since surgery. First time in the past 6 months because of recovery. Yo, are you excited? Are you nervous? All the feelings, I'm sure. I'm glad that you are recovered and well enough to go back to work, my friend. Sending you all the strength, all of the positive vibes. You got this. You got this. Yes, going back today. Today will be the first day back. So, big day for G Money. Sending you a lot of strength. But before we get into any games, we have some daily games to play. Let's pull up the Seattle Times. G Money, best of luck. Absolutely. Do a poke shiny. I would love that. I would love that. All right, here we go. We have one across, Show of Strength. 5 across, Polished. 6 across, a Lawn of Argo. I don't know what Argo is. Climate activist Thunberg, Jane Blank Bronte novel. I don't know any of these. Flex. Okay, I like Flex. That is strong. Like a polar bear. Los Angeles Hoopster, Laker. Online party notice. I am not very good at this today. TV's Warrior Princess. Wasn't it how do you spell her name? Jane Erie? Greta. Ah. Okay. Like a polar bear. Online party notice. Parsley, blank, rosemary, and thyme. Simon and Garfunkel album. Online party notice. Yeah. Xena. Oh, I spelled it right. Polished, parsley, sage. Polished could be, I don't know. Alan of Argo. Evite. I've never used that word in my life. Polished, shave, Arkin. Evite is good. Suave. Furry, like a polar bear, they're furry. Oh, how did I not get that? They're furry. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Doge, welcome in. Welcome in. I should have known. Yoda, how you doing? How you doing, friend? Welcome in. A lot of that was my era. That was tough. That was tough for me. Either my brain's not working or maybe I just don't know those things. Who knows? Who knows? All right. Connections. We have crossword, area, A's, orca, aria, R's, Oreo, E's, volume, domino, encore, length, Excalibur, perimeter, O's, and Luxor. Was it? Famous swords. Oh man. Black and white things. Crosswords, black and white, right? Is there anything else that's better? Doing good. It's been a good day. It's been a good day. Excalibur, Luxor, Aria, Encore are all casinos in Vegas? I think so. Luxor, Excalibur, Aria, and Encore. Vegas hotels. All right, nice. R's, A's, E's, and O's. Volume, perimeter, area, length. I like that. Perimeter. Wait. Volume, perimeter, area. Basic geometry calculations. I like it. I like it. And then we have A's, E's. Is this E's, E's, R's, and O's? I mean, this is all the black and white ones that I was saying. Black and white things. Words that sound like plural. What? Plural letters. R's, A's, E's, and O's. Okay. Okay. Plural letters in the alphabet. You're not wrong. That was good. Good call. Good call. Nice call out, my friend. Finding an opening. Finding an opening. All right. What do we see here? What do we see here? Enter. Purple had a somatic component. Whole. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. How you doing, Marissa? How you doing? Mic? No microphone. Mind the gap. Mind the gap. Okay. On Cove. Look. Nook. Going good. Pigeonhole bottom right. Pigeonhole Wait, I spelled that wrong. Pigeonhole. Is this? Wait. This is Gangster's Paradise, isn't it? Brad, hello, hello, hello. Yo. No, not okay. Granted, no. Not Amish Paradise. No. Gangster's Paradise.
Scientist. It's so cool. Son of a bitch.
I mean, Amish Paradise is kind of a bop too, but Brad, how you doing today, my friend? Welcome in, welcome in. Alcove. Very nice, very nice. I like. Pocky, welcome in. What's a microwave? Damn, I wouldn't be able to live like the Amish. I'm gonna be honest. Going good. Got home from work. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cranny. Cranny? What does cranny even mean? A small, narrow place or opening.
Now don't forget to claim the Shiny Ruins Pokemon.
True. Thank you, Pocky. I did that the other day. Meow. Does anyone see the last couple words? Get him. Give him a little boop on the snoot. What do we got? Infinite shit. Crevice. That's a weird word. Crevice. Niche. Find an opening, mind the gap. I didn't like that. That's not even like that wasn't even like a real, those didn't go together. Those didn't really go together. I mean, kind of loosely, but like, there's been better. You could do better. All right, we have a movie with a bunch of books. Camus, Exile in the Kingdom. Maxmon! Oh shoot, I have a freaking ad. Oh no. I need to Panic, scope offs. Hello. Ads right at the spawn. I know. Oh, panic. Good luck, everyone. Good luck. G Mario, welcome in. Udaru. We're gonna pause the ad so you don't have to worry about that. This is kind of cool. Classic 90s hip hop instrumentals. I like this. Last call. Good luck. All right, we're snoozing the ad so you don't have to worry about that. Ooh, Xenex in that shiny spot. Volty, welcome in. Welcome. Once again, I'm so sorry about those ads. I forgot to pause them. You won't have them next spawn. Thank you for being understanding. My bad. Welcome in, everyone. Look at all these beautiful faces. Volty, how you doing? The lovely bones.
I've never heard of that movie. The Lovely Bones. We'll check in a second. Let me catch up with all the people. Rena Bree, hello, Sally. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Who else came in during the ads? Give me one moment. Udaru, welcome in. Welcome in. I am sorry about those ads, everyone. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, cool. You shouldn't have those ads anymore. You said it was Lovely Bones? Is that the title that you said, G-Money? Lovely Bone. The Lovely Bones is correct. How many people have seen this? Looks like they're building a giant tin man. Hey, what's this guy's name?
I was gonna call him Mark Ruffalo. That's not correct. Mark Wahlberg, isn't it? Marky Mark. Look at the dog. Wait a second. Look at this. Look at these poppers. Oh my goodness. I love golden retrievers. I freaking love golden retrievers. I love you, Kanga, but please sparkle for me next time. Yes, please sparkle for Max. That movie broke me. Is it a good movie or a bad movie? Broke you in a good way? Hey, yo. Tipper, welcome in. Volty. All right, all right. Let me call Chloe on up here. All right. Hopefully she's not outside. I actually gave Chloe a bath yesterday. Well, a shower. I brushed her out and then gave her a shower. She is so soft now. And I was able to get maybe 2 pounds of hair off of her. So I'm sure she feels much, much better. Come here, baby. You want a treat? You want a treat? Come here. Oh, yeah. Mm. Mm. You the best babies. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm. She's like, okay, enough. Enough. She is still shedding like a freaking maniac, though. It's insane. It's actually insane. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I've never heard of this movie. The Lovely Bones. May have to check it out. May have to check it out. I love how you call her. Oh, she comes every time, too. She knows. She knows. Well, okay, here's the thing. Like, living in a college town, I had to be very, very on top of training her. Otherwise, she could put herself in dangerous situations just by being ignorant, you know? So giving her that baseline knowledge and like intelligence that she needs to look out for herself and make me feel safe about owning her and like, you know, taking care of her was super important. The one frame was slightly easier for me, even if it was another movie I haven't seen. I don't do the one frame. I don't know why. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. I'm not opposed to it. This song is from 1984. Yo, Star, good luck. Kind of sounds like Foreigner. I want to know what love is. What do we think? What do we think? I'm not familiar with that song. Maybe I do know it. Do I? Let's listen to the KK version. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know it. All right. Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Let's go. Let's go. GG's, everyone. GG's, everyone. Okay, so clearly I was wrong. What did you guess, Max? What did you guess? I didn't even see it. Oh, no. Oh, no. Sometimes it debates me, though. There's times where I'm like, I clearly know, like, I know what I hear, and I hear that song, and then it's not that song whatsoever. And it's usually, oh, Mickey, you're so fine. For some reason, every song sounds like, oh, Mickey, you're so fine. Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. It just works with everything. It just works with everything. That song was the theme of my life for a few years. Hell yeah. You're talking about the Mickey song, right? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No. I just imagine Brad waking up to, oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind, Mickey. Oh my god. Oh my god. Beverly Hills by Weezer. I could see that. I could see that. Mickey's the chicken of the ear sounds. It is. It is. All right, we got Contexto up next. What random words should we throw at this website today? Cheese. Cheese. I'm going to do toilet for Too Lazy who's in class. God. Toilet. I can spell. Water. Sheet. Person. I might have enough energy for next spawn, but I'll be headed off to bed after that regardless. Yo, Marissa, get some good rest, my friend. Thank you for being you. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful, wonderful night's sleep. Hopefully you get some good sleep. Moon. Moon. Are you mooning me? Are you mooning me? Fish? What about sun? They don't like that. They don't like that at all. Wolf? Wolf? Howling at the moon? Where? Wolf. Ha! You like that little trick I did there with my sandal? Ayo, ayo. Pro slipper comp win. That was good. Let's go. 10 guesses? 10 guesses? That's crazy. That's crazy. Insanity. Insanity. That's a record. It may be. I mean, time-wise, definitely a record. In terms of guesses, I think we've gotten better on guesses. Well, maybe not top, but it's top. It's top. That was peak. For sure. For sure. All right. Where in the world should we start? Where should we go to? Old, how you doing, friend? Thank you for claiming that attendance. I appreciate you. Yo, thank you for stream the other day. We are 8,490 miles away. That is a long distance. That's like the other side of the world. That's the other side of the freaking world. Brother, why are we so far? Okay, let's go Egypt. Is that far enough? Oh, but maybe like, what's up in the middle of nothing over here? Well, I guess it's not nothing. That was rude. That was rude. There's a lot of things over here. There's a lot of things over here. There are a lot of countries over here, actually. Bora Bora is a city. Nepal. Where is Nepal again? Isn't it somewhere around here? Excuse my ignorance earlier. Nepal is a good guess. I see it. Nepal is warmer. We are 50 miles. 50 miles from Nepal. Come here, Nepal. 50. What could that be? What's this? Bangladesh. Bangladesh might be too close. Bhutan. I think it's Bhutan. I think it's Bhutan. Yeah. No. Yeah. In 3. Yo, Borat is over there. Borat is over there. I guess what I was saying in terms of like nothing, it's just a lot of desert. There's a lot of desert over there, which makes me, like correlate with not a lot of things because I have to drive through the desert to get to Vegas. And I kid you not, that is the most boring drive I have ever done. Miltank in chat, it is a Twilight Mon. Good luck if you're going for it. Miltank in chat can use a basic ball here. Fastball also works. Good luck if you're going for it. Let's see. Very fun Pokemon. Very, very fun Pokemon. I might have missed it. Give me a second. I was working on the global here. Got a shiny Vulpix. Took 34 hours for me to notice. Those are sometimes the best, though. Sometimes when you don't realize that you got the shiny, it's that much better. Give me Blue Moo Moo. Now, if only Miltank could learn rollout, right? Eliza, welcome in. Caper, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Reboot. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Good luck on the Miltank, everyone. Caper, honey. Hope you're having a good one, friendo. Hope you're having a good one. Damn, no shinies. No shinies, but Twilight caught. So that's important. GG catchers. GG catchers. I was told that you're using a dual PC setup. Would it be okay to drop a message at some point when you're not streaming for some advice? Yeah, here, let me show you really quick. It'll make a lot of sense if I show you like in real time. So I can do that right now. It's much more simple than you think. Let's be honest. Um, ba, 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 ba. I need to switch the port here. Da, da, Anyone know where this dish is from without me reading out the ingredients and things? Okay. So we have this PC over here. This PC is hooked up to that PC over there. And all you need is a capture card. So I have a capture card in both of them, actually. But the stream computer is just capturing my gaming PC via the capture card. The wires. Look, I can still clean underneath. What do you mean? They're organized. What do you mean?
Mr. Pokepeel, how about a little twerk to get the Vito necklace?
The Vito? Oh my god, bro. For a second, I thought you were asking me to twerk, and I was like, "Hey, yo, bro." But yeah, Too Old, send me a friend request on Discord. We'll hop on a VC. But yeah, it's as simple as that. All you really need is a capture card, and you use the capture card from one PC to the other one. Just like you would capture a Switch or a PlayStation or whatever, you're going to capture the other PC via the same method. And that's definitely the easiest. Oh my lazy. Are you done with class? How you doing? So let's get back to Food Guesser. We have a Thailand guess: raw mango, tamarind, neem flour, jaggery, salt, water, banana, coconut pieces. This dish is a unique blend that symbolizes the various experiences of life. So this is probably a pretty significant dish wherever it is done. We're already friends, but we'll drop you a message one day. Yeah, perfect. Caper. Cheers, my friend. I actually forgot to get coffee before stream, so I'm gonna have to go get some more coffee. But we'll deal with that in a second. It combines 6 distinct flavors: sweetness from jaggery, bitterness from neem flower, sourness from tamarind, saltiness from salt, go figure, pungency from green chilies, and astringency from raw mango. Each ingredient represents different emotions such as joy, sorrow, surprise, fear, disgust, anger, reflecting life's balance and diversity. This is interesting. This is a very interesting dish. Eliza with the 7. All right, we'll go Thailand. We are warm northwest from Thailand. Could it be Bangladesh? Is this India? There's no way this is India. Nepal? Bhutan? What if it's Bhutan again? That would be wild. Is this... Anyone ever heard of this? I'm attending a virtual conference on Pacific time, so I'll be in and out of chat. Yo, enjoy. I'm gonna go Nepal. Shoot. Southwest of Nepal. So that's India. This is India. Huh. I've never heard of this. Ugandi Pachadi. Ugandi Pachadi. Interesting. Is Sri Lanka a country or a city? I think it's a city, but don't quote me on that one. I'm interested, Barry. If you know, or if you could find out, that would be very interesting. Ew. White beans, cod, tomato, onions, red pepper, black olives, hard-boiled egg, olive oil, vinegar, salt, black pepper. Ew, 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 ew. Soak white beans overnight, then cook until tender. Flake salted cod and mix with beans. Add chopped tomatoes, red peppers, and onions. Drizzle with olive oil and vinegar. Then season with salt and pepper. Garnish with black olives and hard-boiled eggs. Serve chilled. Ugh. This dish is a refreshing and flavorful combination, perfect for a light meal. Simple and clean. It looks like vomit. Sri Lanka is a country in South Asia. It's a country, one of my preschool teachers was from there. I would try it, but not chilled. I think the chilled part just grossed me out even more. Like the ingredients. Ugh. No, thank you. No, thank you. The song, the food definitely doesn't look simple and clean. No. Okay. Yeah, this is simple and clean. Yes, it is. Ironic. Okay. I think it's Mediterranean. I'm gonna go Greece. I'm probably wrong. Greece is warm north west of Greece. Northwest of Greece. Croatia? Empedret. And we have to go west. Southwest. Spain? Spain? I mean, with the name like Empedret, that just sounds Spanish. I prefer West. Okay. No, I don't want that. Nope. Ooh, we have a drink. Prosecco, elderflower syrup, sparkling water, mint leaves, lime, ice cubes, lemon balm, lemon zest, fresh berries. Now, unfortunately, I'm not the biggest drinker, nor do I know where drinks originated. This dish is a refreshing, sparkling cocktail, perfect for warm weather. Features a delicate blend of elderflower syrup, I'm not even going to try. Soda water complemented by fresh mint leaves and a wedge of lime. I'd try this. This drink is served over ice, resulting in a light, fragrant, and slightly sweet beverage with floral and citrus notes, making it both invigorating and elegantly simple. United States, I think drinks are tough. They could be anywhere. I think the drink is minty lemon. You think that's the name of the drink? Okay, we'll go with that. Mint julep. I think mint julep is probably the more accurate to the name. Ice cold. We had in Italy. Hugo. Just the flavor. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it probably is. Probably kind of like Sprite, but more floral. Sprite, but more floral. Got some bubbles to it, because, yeah, no, that sounds delicious. That sounds delicious. What a boring name. It was named after the person who made it. Damn. I heard Hugo goes down easy. Ayo. Yeah. Spicy potato bladed. How you doing? 87%. Elderflower cordial is lovely and helps with seasonal allergies. Really? I did not know that. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Brad 19. Doge is an absolute angel at 5%. Wow. Wait, Blue's 96? Blue, what have you been getting into, my friend? Naughty. God damn. Let me see. What am I? Sauce. Middle of the road. Okay. It's a Monday. Understandable. 49. High five, Amy. High five. We did it. 50 void. Wait, what? What's going on? Yoda, 10 off. 10 off. Ooh, Xenex 4 away. 4 away. So close. Bop, bop. The song's a bop, but it got louder than everything else. Why is it so loud? Yeah. I was literally just thinking the same thing, Vixie. I was like, what? Why? I mean, it's good, but this song was so much louder than all the other ones. I didn't change anything. It's just like, God damn. It's a Firo fake Pidgey. It's a big fake Pidgey. B tier, normal flying. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. Good luck if you are going for Firo. Fastball, muckball, or basic ball all work. Good luck if you're going for it. Is there anything new on the YouTubes? Any new movies? Anyone heard of any new movies, new games? I feel like we just got all the new games, so we're not going to get a lot of not a lot of new game announcements, I don't think. Good luck on Firo. Brad, Lord Nix, Too Lazy, and Void. Silent Hill is on Friday. Silent Hill F? Silent Hill F? What? Why do they name it Silent Hill F? There's already full gameplay of it. Silent Hill looks scary. I guess I should have known that. Silent Hill's always been scary. What am I talking about? What am I talking about? Have I watched a new trailer for Alien Rogue? Alien Rogue new trailer from 6 days ago? Too Lazy's very excited about this game. Let's see. Let's see. Blood, gore, intense violence, and other scary things. Just a heads up. La 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 la. That's not the one I wanted. Rawr. Silent Hill said, F that. Why can't I hear the gun? I hear the alien, but there's no gunfire. They look like spiders.
Xenomorphs. Deadly. Relentless.
Scratch? I'm happy as long as I don't see the little
Reach Earth.
eyeball octopus thing that they introduced into Alien Earth. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Are they gonna do it? No, I don't want to see it.
As one colonial marine fights back.
Holy.
We still have a chance to survive.
Hundreds of xenomorphs? Like types of xenomorphs, they mean? Thousands of bullets? Or do they mean like hundreds of enemies? Like there's over 100 enemies. That's a very misleading. I think they mean like just overall. There's over 100 xenomorphs. Oh. Part 1? What does that mean? They only want to give you a hug to your face with their mouth. Coming to Xbox. Wait, what about PlayStation? Okay, there you go. Okay. $40 for the deluxe. That's a pretty. Oh, because it's only part 1. It's not the whole thing. You're only buying the first part. Oh, okay. Interesting. What was the most appropriate yet funny shirt that you've found? For me, it was a shirt that said, I'm here because you broke something. While I worked in a warehouse store that rhymes with goes. Why am I having a hard time placing that? But that is pretty clever. Honestly, I can't remember off the top of my head the most clever shirt that I've seen. I've seen a lot of very clever shirts. Oh, Barry's got it. Diablo 4 is getting a new trailer. Wow. Batmobile trailer for Fortnite. Arc Raiders. Map reveal for Rivals. Interesting. Mandalorian and Grogu official trailer. Wait, what? Look at the little guy. Doesn't even know how to use the equipment. Look at him. He's got it backwards. I had a shirt that said Bigfoot on it saying world's best hide and seek. Kick the child? I'll kick you. I will kick you. So cute. The baby. Oh, he's gonna get badass this season, I bet. I hope. Oh, he learned to swim. That's kind of big. That's a big life accomplishment right there. He can hardly use the force, dude. He can hardly walk. What do you mean use the force? He's learning to walk and swim right now. Let him live his best life. Okay, that's crazy. That's cool. The Mandalorian and Grogu. Forged for IMAX. Is this a movie?
Good shot, baby.
That's a movie. It's a movie. That's not a show. That's an actual movie that's coming out. Official trailer. What? What? Brand new journey. Hits theaters May 2026. Okay. Interesting way to do that. Don't know how that's gonna do. Messed up the space rhino thing pretty good. He did. He did. I mean, for hardly being able to walk, like, you gotta give him some credit. I don't know. Dude's kind of badass. If you tried to kick him, I would like to see that too, Lazy. I would like to see that. Yes, please. Marvel Zombies trailer 2. Ooh, did everyone see the trailer for Marvel Zombies? I feel like my lights are kind of funky. So Marvel did a spinoff called What If, where they had an episode about all the Marvel big heroes becoming zombies. And now they're making an entire show out of it.
They have found us. Who found us? The undead.
Captain America.
Hawkeye. Captain Marvel.
Namor.
Thanos.
Wanda. The Queen of the Dead. Duck.
Wow. Marvel Zombies, rated TV MA, streaming September 24th, only on Disney Plus.
It comes out in 2 days. We're going to be watching it over in Discord if you want to join. It will get gory, but it should be a lot of fun. Marvel Zombies was a really popular comic run. Oh, was it? I didn't know that. That makes more sense too. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah. What is this? Some movie or a game? I like the aesthetic. Marbug, how you doing? Bumblebee. Oh. Damn. Most of these Marvel and DC stories are based on some kind of comic run. I mean, that makes sense. Doing well. It's been a good day. It's been a really good day. Great start to the week so far. If only you could fix things that easily. Get him. Get him. Oh. So it's kind of like House Flipper. Kind of. Are those fishies? Oh. Ooh. That looks pretty. Wait, I like this. Is that a library? Are we in a library? Bro. Finally gave in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. The lift. Join the playtest? How do I do that? That reminds me kind of Luigi's Mansion. Do. This looks very satisfying. The lift. I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna go check that out. Yo,
Welcome back,
collateral with the
14
moins.
Let's go.
Yo, much love, friendo. If you guys aren't following Collateral, please go show
them some
Collateral
love.
25 pobber, that's a serve. Collateral 25 hype. Collateral 25 pobber, that's a serve. Collateral 25 hype.
How you doing, friend? How you doing? Go show the homie all the love. Happy start to the week. We have an Amoongus in chat, everyone. Amoongus. Fungus. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. Do. Close window. Centaur, welcome in. Mixed reviews.
That's a bummer. Let's see the reviews. This game is broken. Can't seem to get past the beginning cutscene without it turning black. Just mediocre horror game. Not worth playing. Well, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. Good luck on Amoongus. Last call, everyone. Last call. Do. Oh, what is this? GG Catchers is basically an alpha test that you have to pay for. It's like $6. Baby mole. I didn't know moles could be so cute. Look at this thing. Look how soft it looks.
10 days old.
Look at that nose.
Who had dug up the
A little
mold during some garden
schnoz.
renovations. It had already been so long that she had been without mum.
Damn, look at them hands. Those are thick.
We decided it was in her best interest to get her straight into rehabilitation.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Keeping her full was the biggest challenge. Weight in food every day. So she was fed every hour. They have such a fast metabolism. Whenever you show her milk, there's no stopping her and getting as much as she can right away.
Is that normal? Do they normally have that big of hands? They're always underground,
and
right?
It's really funny watching her grow into her feet. Their front paws are specialized for digging. They don't have much to their back end. So she was really wobbly.
Yeah, how do they live? How is this natural? Prowl, welcome in. Hope you're doing well.
They have a really good sense of smell, and you can just tell whenever you're looking at her that she's finding out what's around her from her nose and not much else. Her eyes don't do much.
That's crazy.
That nose is really important for.
I love it when she snips.
Oh.
It almost happened overnight. Like, it was incredible. She was tiny, 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 and then just boom.
Boom.
She's really come into those feet now. And when we introduced her to soil, it didn't take her a second to know what she was meant to do. She just burrowed straight down.
Bye.
She can move incredibly quickly in the soil. There's not a lot of success in mole rehabilitation. She's been with us this whole time, and she's going to be released in a couple of days. Is why we consider her a fighter.
Okay.
It'll be incredibly hard to say goodbye to her.
Oh.
But we know that's the best thing for her.
That must be hard to say goodbye.
We're hoping she'll just dig straight down and that'll be it.
Bye, Edna.
It's bittersweet.
Bye, Edna. So cute. So cute. My dad loves the dodo. He watches the dodo literally every day. Doing good. It's been a good day, Prowl. It has been a good day. Excited it's a new week. Excited that we got some fun things coming up. I'm pretty sure we're going to be doing a subathon this weekend as long as things pan out. So excited for that. Got some good sleeps. Hashtag cute. No you. No you. You the cutie. You the cutie. What about you, Prowl? You have any new exciting news? Anything big going on this week? Anyone that just came in the last little bit want to share anything exciting going on or something that may have happened over the weekend? Dude, you need to be looking at your CC while you talk because they're comically bad. Are they? I can't see them. I can't see. Wait. So, okay, that's good to know. You don't have to use them. You can turn them on if you want. Captions. Okay. Okay. Let's test. Test 1, 2. How now? Brown cow. Oh, they're bad. They are like very bad. It's useless. You aren't even going to see anything. You're not going to understand any of the words via the closed captions. Okay, that is good to know. That is good to know. I will update that. Let me take a note for myself. You can have the crappiest day and watch the dodo and you'll be totally cheered up. There are some really sad ones too, though. There are some very sad ones as well. New closed caption plugin. They are, yeah, they are comically bad. Best friend got married this past Thursday, and Babe Reds flew in for the wedding. So was excited for that, then spent a couple of days, just us before he flew back. Oh my goodness. Hopefully the wedding was really fun. No stress. That sounds amazing. I'm glad you had a couple days just for you guys. Miss Kip, welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Happy Monday or Tuesday if you're a time traveler. I never know whether to say Monday or Tuesday for the crew because we got a lot of time travelers in chat. A lot of Aussies. It was so much fun. How was the food? Food at weddings is usually really, really good. That's like one of my favorite. Well, not my favorite part, but like one of the bonuses, I guess. Every 8 months, Poke adds closed captioning, and every 8 months, in one day, Poke removes closed captionings. I had closed captions before. I think I've tried it like way back when, but the science, the technology wasn't here for it. But now I think they have some pretty easy plugins that you just, set up. Takes 10 minutes and you should be good. At least twice? Oh, shoot. Well, I'm not the one that makes these plugins. I'm just the one that installs them and prays that they do what I want them to do, Don't get mad at me. I think Anne has some less scuffed ones still. Yeah. I know that there are other ones that I can use. So I'll ask a few friends, see what they use. Was so yummy. So many options to choose from. Got a wee bit of everything. That's how it was at the wedding that I just went to as well. They had kind of a buffet style, so you could take a little bit of everything, pick and choose what you liked. It was really nice. It was really, really nice. Well, hey, you'd think third time is the charm, but maybe fourth time. Fourth time will be the charm here. Why not? Why not? Xenix, are you doing any hunts today? Are you doing Warframe? You said that there's a Warframe event right now. Oh, anyone try out the new Fortnite mode? It's called like the Lulu or something like that. You can create allies and form a team where you aren't able to do any damage to them, like no friendly fire. And there's proximity chat for everyone. Very scary. When it comes to Fortnite, I don't know if I'd want to hear all the children around me. Tame the mouse. Hoy. Good luck. Good luck. Hopefully, that 3 family shows up. I know how tough it is. I'm dreading getting back to that hunt personally, if we're going to be completely honest. But I do want to finish it before ZA. And ZA, when is ZA? ZA, soon. Release date. October 16th. I don't have a lot of time. To make that happen, but it sounds so boring. 3 weeks. I heard BBNO is in Fork Knife. Still not gonna play it. Hey, they get everyone. Got sick of Warframe. I have enough upgrade stuff to last me a long time. So I'm swapping between Tandem Mouse and farming DBD because I'm very behind on the Rift. Oh, yeah. They have their battle pass or whatever, right? Yeah. I'm glad that you had a good time at the wedding though, Prowl, because sometimes they could be stressful. You know, like when I was at the wedding last week, I had friends say that they had to turn down weddings because they had been to so many, and it's just such a big ordeal bringing all your clothes, making sure you're dressed, and all that stuff. Gamey, hello, friend. Welcome in. Welcome in. But yeah, I'm glad that you had a good time. I'm sure that you're probably happy to be home, happy to have all the stress kind of over with, and able to look back on a fun weekend for sure. It was in Carlsbad, so if I needed to drive home, I could have cried like 4 times. They're always super emotional, super emotional. I'm not a big crier, and I like felt weepy at my friend's wedding, which I didn't think would happen, but sure enough, you know, like the emotions hit. The emotions definitely hit. Very behind, ends on the 7th, and have to get like 65 levels. How long does that take in DBD? Can you cry right now, please? I used to be able to make myself cry. I haven't tried in a long time. That was back when I was like, I'm gonna be an actor. That didn't last very long. That lasted all of like 2 months, 3 months. I think seeing my best friend cry got me. Yo. Poke has emotions. Taking the notes. Gamester, how was shopping yesterday? Can we fit everything in our suitcase? How many things did we buy? I know you're not nerve, so I'm not as scared. But you are in Japan, if I'm not mistaken. Are we in Japan right now? How do levels take? I think depends on how well you've been doing for your dailies. Oh, okay. In DBD's case, have not been doing dailies. It was fine. And maybe, did you get any Pokemon cards? Were there any Pokemon cards? Damn, I want to go to Japan so bad. I'd be scared though. I don't know. I would literally bring an extra suitcase just for all the crap that I would want to bring home for sure. Ooh, Red Apricot ZX. Fancy. Don't want to go to Japan? If you could go anywhere in the world, Too Lazy, where would you go? Also, spawn and come and get your balls ready. No Japan for Too Lazy. We'll send you to Fiji. We'll send you to Iceland. I don't know. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? Anywhere that's not Japan? All right, we're sending you to Iceland. Antarctica. You get to go to Antarctica. Chimeco in chat, everyone. This is a psychic B tier. B tier can use a feather ball or a cyber ball. Good luck, everyone. Chimeco. Want to go to New Zealand? That's where my friend's going on his honeymoon. They're going to 2 different places. They're going to New Zealand to do all of the cool outdoorsy things, all the like extreme sports and stuff. And then they're going to Tulum, which I don't know where Tulum is. Is that Mexico? Tulum, Mexico? I don't know. Is that fancy? Anyone know what Tulum is? Good luck on Chimeco. How do I just place myself here? Boop. Oh. We are outside of a gate. Check DMs. Okay. Wait, I want to see the coast here. Whoa. Whoa. This is like Hawaii. What the hell? What the hell? Void with the stone. What's the city look like? Oh no. Don't go into the city. Okay. Note to self: if you go to Tulum, maybe don't go into the city. Holy. Stay at the beaches. I don't know if this is where they're going. Maybe this is where they're going. I need to talk to them and tell them don't go in the city. Is that the moon? I think this is Tulum. I think this is where my friend is going on his honeymoon. Oh, this looks pretty though, doesn't it? Why is the picture so scuffed? Yeah, okay, maybe this is where they're going. Just don't leave the resort. I'm gonna tell them don't leave the resort. I love a rock beach. Beautiful. Grass is scary. Hawaii minus the sun. The city looks beautiful. God damn it, too lazy. The city looks beautiful. Here, let's see. Open link. Open link. Damn. Okay, so these are all Japanese versions of Pokemon games. And what Gamester got for himself was Leaf Green version, which wasn't released in America. So that's pretty cool. Silver Gold. Why is gold worth more? Crystal and Pikachu. Actually, wait. Stop it. Twins. Twins. I have let's go Pikachu, but what? Yellow? Very fun. Very fun. I'm glad you're having a good time. Which one was the most expensive? Leaf green, I'm guessing. Yeah, leaf green was most expensive. That makes sense. Did they have fire red too? Get your butt on Scarlet Violet. You got 25 days. Trico should be the front face of Pokemon, bro. What? Yo, actually, check this out. I was gonna add these to stream, but I don't think I can. How do I find this? Pokedex. Show all. Trico. So you can get the animations of Pokemon Sleep. And I tried to get this as a GIF, but apparently it's not a GIF. But look at how cute they are. And they can even be shiny too. Like, look at this guy. Just strolling. Did you see the new Dying Light trailer? No, isn't that game out though? Collateral, didn't that just come out? Yo, Riddle, how you doing? How you doing? Welcome in. But yeah, like, let's see. Where's Slowpoke? Well, we could do Charmander too. Charmander's big cutie. Uh-oh, we broke it. Okay, well. There you go. Look at him. He's adorable. But yeah, I was hoping that I could grab those and use them for stream, but apparently they use like a bunch of different parts to make this image, and it's not actually a GIF like I thought it was originally, which is kind of crazy. Didn't know it did, but I didn't know about it. It honestly looks good. It looks really fun. It looks really, really fun. I didn't realize that I had played a Dying Light game prior. I used to play in college. My friend had it, and I didn't know the name of the game. I would just play it all the time when I got back from the bars or like after class or whatever. But I had a great time with it. It's super fun. I hate zombies, but I love Dying Light for the parkour and the exploration. Like, you don't like the idea of zombies, or I know a lot of people, that's like one of their no's. Oh, wait, what happened? What? Okay. Too lazy. Too lazy P5 yet? Did you hear that he beat Silksong? Did you hear that he beat Silksong? Definitely deserved. Always. Always. Oh, my watch says it's time to get up and move. Not now? Well, maybe now. Maybe I take a break. My watch is saying it's break time. Let me put a video up for you while I step away. Trying to unlock the door, but I'm struggling trying to find what I need. You should message the Gamester. Message the Gamester.
These are the best videos of 2024. Hello everyone, this is your daily
daily dose. All right, y'all. I'll be back, and then we'll get into some games.
Name and address for the record.
Amazing use of free will.
This guy was upset that his property taxes went up, so he went to a town hall and started dancing out of protest.
Please come forward to the microphone, state your name and address for the record.
Oh, damn.
Why did our taxes go up so much?
This company was working on...
Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god.
giving them a new roof.
Why did our taxes go up so much? Oh no!
Does anyone know why this fish is leaving behind a neon trail?
What the heck? Did it eat glow stick?
I don't know how this.
It ate a highlighter for sure. The baby! The baby! Doom! Alright, I'll be back. I need my coffee.
Baby, you're fine. Here. Ready? This looks good. It's not gonna hurt that bad. No, it's okay. That's it. Oh.
This cat was super excited to see this bird that it saw outside. For some reason, this raccoon loves to get thrown around. I don't know what this is, but I don't think this is a sheep. I have never seen a duck so angry before. This blue jay started imitating the sound of a hawk to try and scare away this other bird.
Birthday.
Blow it out, BT.
Birthday,
They were trying to do a skit and made a huge mistake.
Do you mind if I crack this window real quick?
Nah, that's good.
All right. Wow! No!
The way that it fell was so satisfying.
Whack that thing, let's go! There it goes. There it goes. Okay, all right, move, go! Wow!
This guy somehow has a protective force field.
What kind of optical illusion do we got going on here? And how do I keep it? That's the other question.
They were trying to fix his engine because it wouldn't stop farting. There's a food vendor in China that claims to have the best grilled ice cubes in the world. So I guess the undercover police cars in Memphis look a little different.
There is nothing more Tommy hates than a hoe.
Those damn hoes. How can you hate hoes, though? What? What? That's kind of scary.
So why do these police officers
I don't know
have
if I
so much
wanted to ever
talent?
see that. Oh, damn. Okay.
With your hair, Dad did a good job with your hair.
This bird knows how to play peekaboo.
Peekaboo. Spawn incoming, get your balls ready. Dude, fair collateral, valid. Camera up, didn't chat. Oh. No. No. Good luck on camera up, everyone. This is a fire rock. Fire ground, excuse me. Sunball or geoball? Oh.
So someone's
No
getting fired for
no.
this.
Oh. Oh no.
This guy discovered a faster way to paint things.
There you go. Work smarter, not harder, you know? You missed a spot, but that's fine.
Ontario, California.
In your backyard?
Nope, it's not ready.
Oh.
No?
Oh.
Oh no. Wow.
So this is their food. I thought I ordered a normal burrito.
Oh. Oh.
This is the size of.
Yes,
So I
please.
guess she's pretty lucky that she didn't
Yes,
fall off.
please. You have to chill the bottle first. Oh, oh, oh. No. There's no way. There's no way.
They lost control of this boat and it was coming in hot.
Grandma! Grandma! Holy smokes. That's right where Grandma was
This
standing.
poor cat was a little confused.
These are tough. What the hell?
This is why construction projects take so long to get done.
That looks fun. That would make me nauseous, though.
This guy found a clump of red worms stuck to each other.
Oh, no. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Huh?
So why were these two dogs perfectly moving in sync?
The sabering of champagne bottle can be done really easily if you chill the neck of the bottle for like 30 minutes before you do it. That's right. They store it neck down in a tube of ice. Well, there you go. Now you know. Now you know. Safe to eat. I don't know what those were. They look like what's it called? The worms that you feed to fish, the bloodworms or whatever. Has anyone ever had a pet goldfish or aquarium or whatever? Useless things you learn in ROTC. I mean, you're sharing with the class now. They're not completely useless, apparently. I had a pet goldfish for one day. What's the longest everyone's ever had a pet goldfish? I think same. Like, I've never been able to keep a goldfish alive for longer than a week. It's sad. It's super sad, bro. Ba, 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 ba. We have a traffic light button that when you hit it multiple times in a row, it'll yell at you. It says, wait, 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 every time you press it. But if you press it really fast enough, it yells at you and yells, I said, wait. I love that. I love that. That's hilarious. I legitimately don't think I've ever had a goldfish. I've had a fish and even a turtle, but never a goldfish. I've had betta fish before too. Betta fish are much more resilient than goldfish. When I was a kid, I killed a goldfish by sharing a cup of tea with it. I literally killed it with kindness. I mean, when we're young, what do we know? You know, it's just like, I'm gonna be your friend. I'm gonna show you all the love. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's hilarious. All right. So I may be slightly addicted to Borderlands. I may be slightly addicted. I started a character before I even played on stream. And I was playing that off stream with Nate. I didn't make progress past where I am on stream, but I've been having a lot of fun with it. So I wanted to make some more progress there today. If anyone else is playing, we can link up and get some games going. But the main goal for today is to make some progress in the main story so that I don't have any sneaks or spoils. I did respec as well, so we no longer have trouble. We have projections of ourselves instead. Let me catch up here. Betas are resilient, but they have their limits. When taken care of properly, they can live over 10 years. They can. She got trapped in her water filter twice in her lifetime. Oh, Goldine, come on. They're not the brightest. They are not the brightest. Urban, welcome in, Buckwheat. No, you'll see though. This character, like after respecking, holy crap, it is insane. It is actually insane. Are you able to add drops to the stream? Yes, drops are enabled. Refresh and we will be in the Borderlands category, so you will be eligible for drops. You can even check your progress right here. Oops. There you go. You can check there to see what kind of progress you've made. The free guns are good, I've heard, from the Twitch drops. I think Twitch drops are primarily skins, if I'm not mistaken, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Let me pull up this. Yes, please. And thank you. Awesome. Okay. Talk to Rhodes. Where is Rhodes? Not too far away. Sir Rude. Guess they're over already, or I have them. You probably already have them from the amount that we've streamed Borderlands. If you check the link from exclamation point drops, it should be in your inventory. Even if you haven't connected it, all of the drops that you get should show up there. That's a tree. Okay. Pop, 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 pop. Hello, Rhodes. How are you?
Wish we were meeting under better circumstances, but believe me, I'm happy.
Oh, wait. I turned this down. Options, audio, AD.
Help. We got lucky.
There we
These
go.
Locust missiles are still usable. There's a few stuck on the cliff over there. If you
A
wouldn't mind
full-blown
grabbing.
sniper and railgun? Oh, damn. Okay.
Well, Conway said we're gonna stick them right up Saul's idolating ass, which is not strictly true, but perhaps metaphorically true.
Metaphorically. Okay, let's do it. Where damn missiles? How do you want me to get that? Salvage Locust missiles. Do I shoot them? Pew. No. Gimme. What do you want? Hiya. Did they say something to me that I was supposed to listen to? Because I was not paying attention. Sir! Sir! Tell me what to do. Tell me what to do. Salvage Locust missiles. Nani? Thank you. Coffee time. I appreciate it. Hot coffee, too. Hot coffee. Emily, welcome in. That is very hot. That is very, very hot. Okay, let's try and go over hither, I guess. Oh, let's see what this says. It says to go up there. What the hell do you mean? This path makes no sense. Alright, let's check out what's over here. This does not seem correct. All right, I'm here. Hello, I got slowpoke tail as my food. Nom 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 nom. How are you doing today, Emily? Let me give you your points. There you go, my friend. Enjoy that slowpoke tail salad. All right, I'm gonna look this up. Rush the gate, salvage missile. Salvage look missile. Yes, yes. Bro, I'm like right here. It wants me to grab it. But I'm not close enough. Janky game. Okay, let's see. What if I stand on this? Oh, we were so close. Give it to me. Give it to me. Oh my God, this game. This freaking game, bro. I'm okay. Rough sleep. I feel that. I actually woke up randomly and had to go get a glass of milk. Do I just relog? Oops. I didn't mean to fully quit. Oh, whoopsies. All right, we'll get this back up. How's Borderlands 4? It's good when it works. It's good when it works. Right now, it's being a butt. It's not letting me grab the materials that I need to progress the mission. So we're relogging. How are you, Manada? How are you, my friend? Happy start to the week. Spawn incoming. Get your balls ready. Ooh, this is a good one too. Carbink in chat. Good luck if you're going for it. Not too bad. Not too bad. I love to hear it. Ooh, I need this. Good luck on Carbink. Good luck, good luck, good luck. All right, relog. Very good shiny. Can use a fantasy ball or a geo ball here. Okay, we are not too far away, I don't think. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, we just have to go over here. Okay, cool. Buckwheat. Oh, you're good. You're good. Let me salvage the item. Dude, that's so weird. GG catchers. Let me grab it. Aha! Waha!
That's all of them. I'll get these locust missiles up to the fortress. You go on ahead and meet up with Rush and the others. And
Awesome.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Rush.
Bye.
The locust missiles are secure. I'm on my way to you now.
Hurry, if you can. Conway was scouting Saul's fortress, but I haven't heard from him in too long. And you know Conway isn't one for quiet time.
Yeah, Conway, not one for quiet time.
After the cataclysm, when the Outbounders chose me to lead, I didn't realize how much I'd be watching from the sidelines. I should have been like you, out there fighting, risking it all. I can do this. I have to. I won't lose anyone else.
He's such a softie. Such a softie. Is it just me, or have Shonos been kind of rare? Shonos? What? Shinies. I mean, I feel like a lot of people recently haven't really been paying as much attention to PCG. Like, even the more active players have been kind of just, you know, busy with other things per se. Which isn't a bad thing. It's just kind of the landscape of what's going on right now. So real quick, let me check my map. Okay, we can fast travel here. I was just looking if there's a fast travel that I want to grab while we're over here. Maybe that's it. Event is pending. Oh, there you go. There you go. But no, I think in general, ever since July, like I looked at the statistics and viewership in general is just down all over Twitch, whether it be PCG or anyone else. Okay, there's a few of you. Easy. Easy peasy. Where was I going? This way? I'm shooting terribly. Luckily, I don't need to worry about that because of my ability. Luckily, I don't even need to worry. Taser fires a taser that damages nearby enemies. Check that out. I'll check it out. Singularity payload, pulls enemies in, expansive, bigger radius, and hone in. Less damage though. Nah, I'm okay without that. But yeah, no, my new ability summons 3 different familiars for me. And they kind of go crazy, if we're being completely honest. When will I play Apex? I've never even tried to play Apex. When's the last time you played Apex? I know nothing about it. I'm not opposed to it, I don't think. But, like, I don't think I know enough. I thought that was an item.
It's misery, baby.
Watch. I'll just sit here. I don't even have to shoot. Boom. We're done. I didn't even have to shoot. Easy peasy. Yes? No? Maybe so? I'll take it. Cheater. Rob. Oh. Oh, nom, 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 nom. No, I'm just playing smarter, not harder. Come on now. Come on now, brother. All right, we got Jacobs, Flawed, and Jacobs. Okay, so I do want this. I think gun damage increased. Yeah, we're gonna equip that. Take that for now. Sell a bunch of items. How much room do I have in my backpack? Enough for now. Can I get more backpack space? I need 80? Bro, that's insane. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. Cheat on PoE and cheating on this game. Thought you were playing Big Brother, not Cheater Island, bro. That's savage. How did I cheat in, what's it called? PoE. When did I cheat in PoE? Oh, with my minions? Bro, I'm just living that minion life. I'm living my best life. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? My summons? Yeah, I do have a minion build over there too. You're right. Is this where they want me to? Where do you want me to go? Where you want me to go? Bro, that is a rock. You want me to go through this rock? Echo. I swear to God. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. You're so dumb. How the okay. Zing! Didn't know minions could summon other minions? Damn, bro.
I'm not one for killing creatures that aren't causing any problems, but well, desperate times call for robbing the order and you. Some creatures are pets. Others want to rip
Grab a bunch of bounties. All right, now it should be easier to get to where I want to go to. Oh, you're good, people. Just about to go off on you. Oh, that's Rush. Hello, Rush. Yo, Vampire Princess. Hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Happy Monday. Oh, how did I miss that? I can't tell who's good and who's bad sometimes. Sometimes I just want to shoot my own people. And maybe I will. Like this guy. What are you doing coming at me like that? Like, bro, don't come up me. Come at me. I'm doing well. It's been a really good day. Been a really good day today. I don't know. It's a good Monday, which is not usually the case. Okay.
The smaller locust dose should be enough to take out the bio. Then when we reach the main fortress gate, we're gonna blow the entire payload. Got a remote detonator rigged up for that. Grab some canisters. Time to put Saul's locust to use against his own son.
Alright, let's just take care of these guys while I do this. What do you want me to do with it? Oh my god. I definitely just dropped that on myself. Okay, okay. What, am I supposed to throw it here? Question mark? No? Over there. Aha. Yes, the gate. Of course. Why would it not be the gate? I could use some ammo. Oh, someone's reviving me? Okay. Hello. Thank you. I appreciate. Version in chat. Holy crap. Normal type C tier. Check to see if you need it. Ow. Oh, that's Rush. I keep shooting Rush. My bad, dude. My bad. There's someone up there, too. These things are so annoying. They just pop up literally everywhere. You're definitely up here, aren't you? Oh, they're all down there. Okay, cool. Oh, missed that. Is that where you want me to go? Oh, no. This is where I'm supposed to go, right? Push mark? Maybe? That seems correct to me. Kill fortress defenders. Oh, there's still someone up here. Oh, what are you doing up here? Now you're down below? Where are you? Where are you hiding? What are you doing over here, sir? Okay. Okay, there we go. Silly goose got stuck.
Fancy meeting you guys here.
You're hurt.
I'm fine.
I think he was stuck. He was.
I'm mostly just embarrassed at getting caught off guard.
You got us to Saul's doorstep. Take the rest of the fighters.
Yo, Scott. Hope you're doing well. Gnome, welcome in.
You're not trying to win this all on your own, are you?
This is the Crimson Resistance. No one's on their own. Everyone, take Conway and get back to HQ. We've got it from here. They've all
Who's
risked
we?
enough. It's up to us now, Vault Hunter.
That's me.
This way, the elevator.
That's me. You and me, Rush. Let's go. Sorry, guys. Take care of all the friends. Boop. I probably should have got more ammo. But that's okay. We're fine. We're fine.
Welcome back Outback Pikachu to the Pokio Pack. 12 freaking months.
Emily!
Double if I have anything to say about it.
Yo, thank you.
Pokio 1 Hypers 2 Pokio 1 Hypers 2 Pokio 1 Hypers 2 happy birthday to my sub.
I appreciate. Okay. Are we gonna fight this big baddie right now? This is like one of 3 big baddies. Happy anniversary, Emily. Much love, my friend. I appreciate you. I appreciate.
Just a few adjustments and it'll be good to go. Keep them off me up there and we'll blast our way right to them.
Rest in misery.
Delivery for our dollar to Saul. Straight to your front door.
Oh shoot! I could just use these, huh? Okay. Shoot. Didn't throw that far enough. Oh, you're a badass. Okay. Goodbye. Where are their friends? Ow. Definitely just did that to myself. Easy. Easy peasy. Bree! I was there for that shiny. Congratulations, my friend. Yo, I was hanging out over in a friend's channel yesterday, and a new friend's channel, actually. I had never been there before, but I saw Zenex hanging out there, and I saw Bree hanging out as well, and Bree ended up getting a shiny Oddish, the only catcher of the Oddish, and they got the shiny. It was super hype. It was super, super hype. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Happy Monday.
This may be my best work yet. Keep far enough away from the blast zone. I'll join you once I activate the detonation sequence.
Okay. So reach a safe distance. This is safe, right?
Conway always said I was a terrible liar. Guess they just know me too well.
Don't love the sound of that rush.
Rush?
Detonation won't work. Realized it while you were fighting. Has to be triggered manually. Saul will retaliate if we don't do this now. Tell Conway I love him, okay? And that I'm sorry.
My dude.
Go and finish this. Just like I said, I've got you.
Oh, he gone.
Wait, what the? Where am I?
Emergency fast travel complete. I've got him, Vault Hunter. You go finish the job.
Oh. Okay. Cool. He not gone. Just when you thought he was gone, he's not. Fortress Indomita. Let's go. Let's go. I heard that the game does play better in vaults, and I think this is a vault.
I'm alive. How?
You have the look of a man ready to do something foolish. I thought I'd do my best to prevent that.
Thank you, Xandra.
Thank you. Look, what I said to you before.
No, you were right. I spent centuries at the Timekeeper's side. His coldness seeped into me. I'm still defrosting. Now to the matter at hand.
Still defrosting.
Another of Saul's airships is preparing to launch. Stop it.
And then Saul himself. I'm gonna hold you to your promise, Vault Hunter.
Just leave it to me.
You defended the Outbounders. You killed my spy master. You took Sandra from me. And now you desecrate my fortress. You stench.
Oh shit.
Defiance is weakness. Rebellion is desperation. The Timekeeper was right about your kind. Chaos cannot be allowed.
There's got to be more people.
You are a worm.
It's not running any better in here.
That deserves to crawl in the dirt. What you are doing here accomplishes nothing. Your life on Kairos could have been something of value if you had just listened to the Timekeeper. But no. You spat in his face.
I have 9 health.
Flesh melt and serve me. Fulfill your purpose and die.
All right. Bro, don't run away like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's fine. Just a quick little warm up, you know? It's a little warm up, I would say. A 60K warm up.
Your existence has been revoked.
Redo. Let's try this again. Oh, it's so laggy. I don't know if I'll be able to play. I heard it was better in here though. That's crazy. It's also crazy, the recommended specs for this game are super low, like 2060. I have a 3060, and yeah, there's no way you could run this on anything lower. I mean, I'm not even able to run this properly myself. Okay. It's on medium too. That's crazy. Game's grossly unoptimized. It is. Recommend minimal. See what that looks like. All right, we're running a little bit better. The whole thing just disappears. Audino. Ooh, okay. It's a major problem in gaming over the past 5 to 10 years. They release games with awful optimization and memory leaks. So everyone will fix it eventually. I want to play now. Yeah, I heard logging out and logging back in helps too. But it's such a bummer. Heal ball, basic ball, both work here. Good luck if you're going for it. Where are our other friends? You trying to kick me? Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Imagine telling modern gamers with just release your device every 2 hours to play this game without problems. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. What am I supposed to do with this? Excuse. What? GG catchers. That's not supposed to hit me. No, no, no. Lies, lies, lies. Okay. What? Why are we doing this? How am I supposed to avoid that? Jumpies don't work. Hi! Yeah! Vampires with the 15. Let's go. This corner is a godsend. Stop spawning new friends. Oh! The corner was supposed to save me. The corner is not saving me. Corner is no longer saving me. Okay. Ammo. Thank you. Can I jump up here? Whee! Sir? I'm not done with you yet. Oh, you're not done with me either. Okay. Ah! Come on. Come on, really? We gotta be like this? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Whew. Okay. Done. 2 charges, lingering payload, spawns cryopodal, explosive grenade. It does a lot more damage.
I don't know. I'm gonna take it. We'll deal with it later. Chloe! I think 96% is the most sus I've been. Yo, that is pretty sussy. Granted, what have you gotten into? Have you been scrolling the dark side of the interwebs? All the naughty websites? Vampires on the other end of the spectrum, an absolute angel. 2%. Crazy. Crazy. I'm a good noodle. The best. Only 1% is more holy.
Same type that struck the outbounders before. If it launches, there's no way they'll survive again.
Okay. Disable Soul's airship. But first, I want to loot everything. Even though I don't need to. I have full ammo. What am I doing? Pointless. Lumbee, how you doing? How you doing?
You wish you could control me.
Yeah, you wish.
Get closer somehow. That's your only hope for stopping it.
Aye, aye, Captain.
The refueling platform. If you raise it, you should be able to reach the ship.
Yeah, my aim's trash.
Hello? Can I be your friend? Ow! Sir.
Vault Hunter, activate the refueling platform. Quickly! It's your only path to the airship.
What a killer friend.
Alright, boom. You're welcome. I did what you wanted.
Well done. There's no sense
Thank
attempting
you.
to blow up the ship. You turned to goo along with it. If you can release the docking clamps, that should sabotage the launch sequence and buy you time to take down Saul.
Let's go. Let's freaking go. sequencer with
guns. Jacobs. License part. Grant consecutive hits by stacking 5% bonus. No. I'm okay without that. Thank you, though. Appreciate. Wait, where do you want me to go? This way? Cannot find path location. Disable Soul's airship. Remove docking clamps. Oh, this thing? Nope, that's okay. No, we're going in the right way, though.
As freaking if.
Whee! Not feeling the greatest. Is it something to do with your body? Like, is it a head cold or stomach flu or something like that? Hey, get out of here. The hell do you think you're doing?
First clamp's down.
Good. Now hurry to the others. We're cutting it close, Vault Hunter. Do not.
Okay, okay.
You're dead to begin with.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Nothing gets you going like a sousson of death.
Oh no. Okay, that was not the way I planned it. That wasn't the way I envisioned things going, but clip it, I guess. Farming the clips. Good job. Good job. Yeah, exactly. Uh-huh. My character's out of breath. Why are you making me run back here? Okay. Whee! Up here, and now this way. Without falling off. There we go. Beautiful. Love it. Is there anything over here that I need? I'm gonna go. Okay, so I do go over there. Should I go up here though? Oh my goodness. There's nothing. Absolutely nothing.
What is happening with your face area?
Oh shit.
This is for you.
This guy's annoying. Ow. Who else is hitting me? Yeah, we could just sit here. Perfect. Don't care about that. Ooh, cryogenic badass. Okay. Ow. Goodbye. Another one. Love this for me. You're also a badass. Oh, you dropped some good shit though. Dude, come on. So much health. All right, let's go. Let's go. I have no ammo. Holy crap. Crazy. Try not falling off the map, please. I'll do my best. I will do my best. No promises. No promises. Gravity is one of my big weaknesses. That's a fact. All right, last clamp. Disable Saul's airship. Remove the docking clamps. Kill Saul. Cacnea, C tier, grass type, 335 base stats, can use a sunball. Good luck if you're going for it. I feel a boss battle coming up. Boss battle. Snackbot, you liar. What is Snackbot lying about? What is Snackbot lying about? It says weekly. Oh. Huh. Interesting. This is not a dark type. No, it is not. No, it is not. Interesting. Interesting. Good luck, everyone, on Cacnea. Do I need it? I do.
But the Outbounders won't be out of danger until you eliminate Saul. Say hello from me in your special way, Vault Hunter.
All right. Say hello in my special way. I will do that. On my way. My stone balls are so rigged. Just want to evolve my shiny. How do you want me to get over there? Nani? Dead. Shay, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. We're getting ready for a boss battle, I believe. Urban. Hi, Dad. Did the fun one take over? Did the fun one take over named Ames? Johnny, is that English?
Rush, the outbounders should be safe for now. I'm headed to Saul.
Good luck. Not that you need it. I've seen what you can do, but
Tori, how you doing? How you doing?
I mean, there's just no way that I'm rambling a bit, aren't I? Let's leave it there for now, yeah? I'll see you soon.
All right, I'm nervous. Shit's about to go down.
Let's spread a little terror.
Ow. Oh, I'm not even using the right gun. I was like, why is my aim so off? Good evening, my friend. How are you? Oh. Holy what the hell's that? Oh no!
What is happening with your base area?
Ah! What? Tori! You found the blurb. What the hell? Okay. Come here.
This is for you.
Holy crap.
You wish you could control me.
I'm stuck in a corner. Oh shit. I need to kill this guy.
Here to slay.
Dude, that badass is something. Wrong weapon. Where's this little guy? That's gonna hurt. Oh my lord. That was aggressive. That was very aggressive. Tori, thank you for using those bits. Do I need to turn it up? Could you guys hear the blurp? I definitely heard it. $311 over time. Nah. Nah, we're okay without that. That wasn't even the boss. Ah, shoot. Nope. Don't care about that. Let's reload everything. Let's go. Water bar, reminding us to stay happy, healthy, and hydrated. Drink your waters. What are you doing over here? Ah! 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 Sir! Spooked me. Ooh. Ooh. Now big boss battle.
No one's gonna come looking for this.
All right. Make sure I don't have anything better to use in terms of weapons. Not level 30 yet. Do you have a better grenade? Shotgun, alt fire, flame blast, incendiary blast. Compare. Where's my shotgun that I'm using right now? Right here. It's not that much. Okay, keeping the one that I have. All right, do I just jump in here? Whee!
The obligation of the weak is to nourish the strong. You will die, and I will return to the Timekeeper's side.
Dude.
May we rule forever.
He's had a lot of hamburgers. Sir, you've had a... Okay, that's not working. Hey, what do you mean? How do I... What do I do to you?
How's your aim, Saul?
How do I hurt you? Ow! Oh, it has to be... You have to... Okay. Ah! Where do I get the bad stuff? Yeah, this one. Gimme. Oh, 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 oh. This is insane. Dude, what the actual heck? Okay, okay, you just got all your armor back. Okay, cool, good talk. Nice, I love that for me. Sizzlepede in chat. C tier, fire bug. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. Sizzlepede in chat. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Ow. Hey. Come on. How do you get health back? What the hell? What is he doing? This is insane. GG catchers. Ah, oh, that's him. What the hell? Ow, ow, ow. Oh, I need to kill that person. Oh, shoot.
How's your aim, Saul?
Why can't I heal? Why can't I heal? Okay, okay, okay. Frick. Oh, shoot. Come on. Okay, that's not very nice view. This, nope. Okay, where's the green one? Oh, ow, 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 ow. Why am I not using my specters? This would be so much easier if I was using my abilities. What am I doing? Not paying attention, apparently. Sir, what's with this jump? I don't know how to block that.
Oh shit! Come on. Okay, that's one of the health bars. So that's something. Hey! Oh! Am I in the right spot? I am.
Ow. Ow. Yeah, yep. I feel that right now. Okay. Fuck. 5. I'm dead. Oh my god. Please give me my health. Please give me my health. Oh, what's this? What's this? Hey! Okay, okay, okay. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Hey! Did I ever shoot? Did I get him? Oh! Heal, 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 heal. Oh, he got his shit back. God damn it. Oh, 3 health again. Okay. Ow! Okay. Okay. Not now. Ah! No! I just killed the person I needed to kill! Okay, okay, we're cooking. We are cooking. All right, give me the one. Give it to me. Come here. Oh, you bastard. I missed. I missed. I had one job. I'm throwing. Ah! Noosh! Frick! Give it to me. You're probably resistant to that, huh? Maybe not resistant, but not what I'm looking for. Okay. Oh, shit. Ow. No! He's too fast. Holy shit. Ba, ba, ba. All right, give me the damn thing. Thank you. One more. Where is the thing that I can use to hurt you? Shoot. Game, please. Okay, 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 okay.
You wish you could control me.
Oh, he's still got it with one? Damn. Okay. No shot. So close.
Wish you could control me.
All right, didn't get that one. That's what killed me last time. Oh, frick. Come on. There we go, baby. There we go. Holy nerve. Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How you doing? That was aggressive. Cooper Raja in chat, everyone. This is a steel type. Tori? Excuse you? Good luck, everyone. Cooper Raja in chat. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Amanda, hello and welcome. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, I need this. Heavy ball can be used. Good luck if you're going for it. CMC, welcome in. Stark may need to retype. This is not a drill. Cooper Raja in chat. Good luck, good luck, good luck. We woo. Heavy ball or magnet ball can be used. Good luck if you're going for it. Hope you're doing well, friends. Hope you're doing well. Last chance on the A tier. Good luck. Good luck.
You are very right, Mr. Streamer Man. This Pokemon is not a drill, it is a digger.
It is not a drill, it is a digger. Good luck. Okay, we were just talking about shinies. Nerve. Let's go. Nerve with a shiny. Ayo. Ayo. Huge. Nate, welcome in as well. Welcome in. Okay, that was random, but a good random. Yo. I guess Nerve was due. Nerve was due. He's going to get a bonkin from Gamester, though, apparently. What number shiny was that for you, my friend? I think you and Gamey were pretty close last time I checked. Were you not? GG's? GG's? Okay. Then it must have been someone else, or we must have been talking about something else then, and I got confused. But yeah, I don't think anyone that I know is close. XB is? Okay. I'm not. I'm nowhere near a Gamester's shiny number. He was close over a year ago. Shoot, how far away am I? Gamester, how many shinies have you gotten since I checked last? What are you, 120 now? Crazy. Crazy, man. Whiskers! Okay, so we're actually pretty close. Big hugs for Selly. Selly, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Got up to XP and now I have more than him. So you're saying that you're hacking. You're saying you're hacking in all reality. 103. That's insane. That's insane, my dude. Where do you put all of them? Where do you even put all of them? Oh. Yes. Upgrade. Let's go. New gun hype. What did he drop? Grr, Max is ahead of me. Hey, yeah, you could catch up. Idolator's Soul's Bolt. Still very warm. The gooey parts of the soul attached to the bolt are covering your hand. That's
Rush.
it.
Zadra.
Gross.
Saul is dead. It's finally
Gross.
Hell yes. Oh, it's really over. We all owe you one. I'll meet you back home at the launch pad.
And I will stay here. That amount of revelry might overwhelm.
Am I stuck in here? Oh, here we go. So chat, any fun names for the elephant? Ooh, any suggestions for a shiny Koopa Raja? I'm sure we can come up with something fun. A metal elephant. I mean, the first thing that came to my mind was Dumbo, but that's too easy. That feels like cheating. Is this fast travel? Wow. Wow. F? Ooh, this fancy. I can fast travel. Gotten 3 shiny since I got the charm. The money of a non-battler. Oh yeah. Yep, the money of a non-battler. True. True. It's morning, sir. Gamesters traveling the world right now. Gamesters in Japan. Evening for you. No, Gamesters traveling. Gamesters traveling. How's Australia? I mean, not too far away. I don't know, but Japan's good. Exclamation point, my stats for your stats here. I know, so many places, so many things to keep track of. I got you. I got you. Yeah. Are we celebrating? Ooh, it's a party. It's a party. All right, real quick, I need to go through my items though. Level, type, 2 SMGs. None of them are equipped though. It's only 58 DPS. I could probably get rid of that now. Kind of want to try that one. Shotguns. So many shotguns. Oh, you know what I should do first is actually just sell everything so I don't have to look at all this stuff. Too lazy with the attendance. I appreciate. I have 6 rewards too. We should probably grab those. Thank you for being a badass Borderlands fan. paint the town crimson. Got a new skin for Echo. Oh. Oh. Blah, 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 blah. No drowning, although I've already drowned before. Scent floor model Forsaken Chaos. Scent floor model Forsaken Chaos. The people have spoken. Wide net, Ripper license magazine. This gun charges before full auto. Even though it's Theodore. That's crazy. Oh. Can I use that? Do I want to use that? We'll see. We shall see. 2 off. So close. So close. Pencil case. Vault Hunter style. New style. Okay. 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 Self-excision. New vehicle paint job. And new hover drive. Okay, cool. Customization style. What's this? Fought the law? I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won. Oh! Oh! Okay. 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 Hell yeah. I want a different body though. This one does look more badass, I will be honest. I don't like any of these, if we're being completely honest. Should we just put this on? It's kind of badass. Or maybe just her normal. Yeah, we'll just do her normal hair. Okay. Paint job. What's this? Okay. Interesting. Hover drive. Rank 2. That's fine. Sorry, who wanted a paint job? Different body, eh? I saw Daz has a very cool looking hover bike. Our next skill, I believe, is grave power. Kill skills gain increase stats. Let me double check. Yes, grave power. Eee! All right, we collected everything. Now we can go through all this stuff. Level by type. Did we go through shotguns? Okay, so this is our best shotgun right now. I wanted to keep that and get rid of this, this. Assault rifle. Get rid of those. Sniper. Ooh, but that has alt shotgun. 175, 197. Ooh. Ooh. I'm gonna keep that for now just in case I want to use it. We have this one equipped right now, which I really like. This one does more damage, but I'm still gonna get rid of it. Heavy weapons. explosive damage splashes to other nearby targets, thermal convection. We'll keep that for now. Enhancements. That's what we have currently equipped. 20% chance to grant crit hit. I think this one is just overall slightly better. Okay, cool.
Let me guess.
Easy money. Easy money. Ew, a green outfit? You like green outfits. What are you talking about? What you talking about? QB, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? I mean, pink. Doesn't even know his colors, bro. Send this man back to kindergarten.
I'd ask you to stay and celebrate the victory with the rest of us, but you're not exactly done on Kairos, are you?
The sooner I get to the timekeeper, the better for all of us.
You know, I thought I was ready to die. But when
I mean, he's the age of a kindergartner.
I realized finding something to die for isn't the same as having something to live for. So thanks for that. The Outbounders need someone leading them from the front, and I intend to be that leader. The snacks
Okay.
and speeches won't stop.
I thought he was gonna say that was
You taught
me.
me how to get in the fight again, too. Put it all together, and we're unstoppable. Whatever the Crimson Resistance needs from this point onward, the Outbounders stand at your side.
Mareep, yo, where's Ames? Message Ames. I can't message him because I'm in a cutscene.
Up as little more than a puddle of goo beneath the Vault Hunter's boot.
Good luck,
Rush
everyone.
and the Outbounders had fought back against the Order and won. Though some of their ranks would never see their dream of reaching the stars, the hope remained. And thanks to some unlikely alliances, it now burned brighter than ever.
Brighter than ever.
Against the looming shadow.
Good luck, everyone, on Mareep. Nest Ball, Magnet Ball.
Killed his loyal commander, and worse still, fanned the crimson flames of resistance across Kairos. And so he watched and made his plans.
The timekeeper is always watching. Always watching. What'd we do? Steam achievement? Wahoo! Wahoo! Good luck, everyone, on Mareep. Damn, no shiny. That would have been amazing. Matthias, Lumpy, Miss Whiskers, CMC, Alistair, Void, Buckwheat, Prowl, and Belated You Rock. No, you. No, you. I guess I did get the electric stone. I did indeed get an electric stone. You are absolutely right. Collect contract 505. Oh, is that blue because it's rare? Wait a second. Wait a second. I want to try one of these. I've never done any of the bounties. Contracts, I mean. Hunky Junk. Patrol Rippers. Kill the Fade Field Rippers. Okay, let's do this one. Track mission. Are you sure you want to abandon? No, I just wanted to track it. Hey, you like killing things, right? Perfect. Very nasty animals out there. Okay, cool. Let's go do it. Let's go do it. I tracked it. But where is it on the map? Is this it? Bounty. Okay. It's a very unique way to go
about that, but sure.
Sorry, was that uncomfortably loud? I'm just excited to tell you what we're up to with the launch, and that everyone misses you around here.
Especially him. Mentions you every time his mouth opens these days. Swear to scrap.
Conway, get off the line.
Oh, wow. Just remembered there's some shipwreckage calling my name.
Why?
You really gotta up the security on these calls.
Huh. Conway knows tech better than I do. Doubt I can slow them down even a bit. Anyways, we made some real...
Oh, there's weapons there.
Everything you've done. Come on by headquarters. We can get a sec, and I'll show you how far we've come.
Where are you going? Where are you going? You know what? There you go.
Have fun with them. Oh, okay. Shots drain 28% of those shields for 100% gun damage. That sounds kind of sick. When equipped, grants 50% shield capacity. Hello? That's a lot of shield. That's a lot of shield. Alt fire, energy burst, charge. Take it. Void with the 15. Arfie, hope you're doing well. Don't know why they showed up right now, but we could blame Twitch Mobile. Always. Always. Twitch Mobile is the jankiest of janks. The jankiest of janks. All right, I want to make sure I'm going the right way. We are going the right way. Nice. QB with the 5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my friend. Vroom. Dude, my outfit is badass. Okay. Doesn't make any sense why you wanted me to get off my vehicle, but... Have we found them? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. So they are behind us. Hello, Percival? You're not my friend. You're not the one I'm looking for. The hell? Where's your friend, Percival? What? What do you want? 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 Show me your friend. Up here? Also just tried goat cheese fig ice cream. It was odd, but still yummy. That sounds delicious. Sometimes those really exotic, like weird flavors actually work out. And they're a pleasant surprise. I actually want to get a tattoo of a fig tree. Is it a fig tree? Yeah, it's the fig tree in the Amazon. This looks like it's got to be the right place, right? Maybe. Oh. Arfie, yo. I don't know if I'm in the right spot. Orphe, how we doing? Free charger when firing from maximum charge. Guns with order. Nope. Nope. Never saw that before. You've never gotten a 5 stream streak, or you've never seen it pop up because Twitch Mobile is a butt face. I'm assuming probably the latter. That Twitch is just a butt face. Am I still not at the right place? I need to go to the right. Over hither. Huh, wait, give me a second. Missions. Am I tracking? Currently tracked. Kill Hunky Junk. No, I want this one tracked. I don't want Hunky Junk. Excuse. This way, you say. Okay. How am I supposed to get up there? You big fat lying machine. Let me up. Kind of new here, but still, yeah, super new. Yeah, nice to meet you. What kind of games do you get into, RV? McPeash? Am I saying your name right? Pleasure to meet you, my friend. Do you like to read by chance? Hunky Junk sounds like an OF creator, and it might be. And it very well may be. On top of this. Hunky Junk is hiding. We're not going after Hunky Junk. We're going after Percival. Percival's over here. Percival, can I get to you this way? No, you say. Do I want? Power cycle on use instantly starts recharging equipped energy shields. Oh. You know what? I'm taking that. Jacobs. No, reading is for stupid faces. Me fail English. Okay, there's a bunch of people coming up. New VIP Arfie sounds legit, right? Yeah, he's brand new. Brand new. What was that, Claptrap? All I heard was Claptrap yelling for no reason. Singularity, prolonged augment, duration of the singularity. I don't like that. I don't like it. Am I going the right way? Maybe? Question mark. Hopefully. Am I any closer to where I need to be? Not really. How the heckers do you want me to get up there? That doesn't make any sense. Local wildlife, one of them's been messing with supplies, even a few injuries. Okay, I'll find him later, I guess, then.
Can you feel the end approaching?
What do we got here? Oh my goodness. Hat trim, B tier, psychic type. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. Hat trim in chat. Specialty ball will be a feather ball, cipher ball, or if you don't have the hat, what's the final evolution? If you don't have the final evolution, may want to use a level ball. Tori, have you been keeping up with Big Brother, by the way? Oh my god, this season is god awful. This season is horrible. I think this is my least favorite season that I've watched since I got back into Big Brother. Ugh. I know Too Lazy's been keeping up with it. There's been some moments, I will admit. There's been some moments. Anyone watch any good shows recently? Anyone start a new anime or anything? Hi, Chloe. Come here, puppos. Void, Lumpy, Brash. How you doing, Brash? Mousehold and Nerve. Congrats on the catches. Come here, you sleepy face. Come here. No? Okay, I'll just give you love. You cute. You cute. But yeah, what's everyone been watching? Big Brother is winding down and Survivor is about to start up. And honestly, I'm very excited.
Welcome back, Sans.
That Big Brother is over.
Pack.
Santos!
17 freaking months.
Yo!
Let's go.
Thank you for the prime, my friend. I appreciate 17 freaking months. How have you been? How have you been, friend? You're still local, right? This weather recently has been insane. How humid it is. I am not about it. Never got into TV. That's completely valid. Not even like Netflix or anything like that. When I was in college, I watched no TV. The only TV I watched was Game of Thrones. And we made a whole thing out of Game of Thrones. Still local? Yeah, dude, this weather, I am not about it. I can't wait till we get the dryness back. Weather's been real weird. I know. It's gross. It feels like Florida. I was saying it the other day, but I can't wait for it to be over. I'm done with it. You walk outside and it just feels like you're already sweating, even if you're not. I don't know. It's very bizarre. It's very, very bizarre. My college friends did Game of Thrones watch parties too. Hell yes. was a whole thing. Like we had a big group. Like sometimes our core group was like 5 to 6 people. But sometimes we had up to like 15 people watching Game of Thrones at once. We would get like food, drinks, make a whole thing. We would literally kick people out if they talked during the show. We're like, out, out. People I lived with picked the shows. Nothing really was my thing. That's fair. I mean, honestly, TV isn't for everyone. Like, it's not super entertaining for everyone. Brownies. Speaking of brownies, I need to go get a snack. I am hungry. Let me see. I wanted to set something
Hey,
up.
Mr. Poke, because
Yo.
I am so attached from Pokemon, what is with the pinned message and the shiny claim thingy?
Because I am so detached from Pokemon. Do you have Scarlet Violet? If you have Scarlet Violet, you can get all of the vessel Pokemon, like the Chiyu, the little fish, all the ones that you get with the stakes. Yeah. They did that for like Pokemon Day. So that is now released. Twitch clip player features connect. Access token is now required if you would like to show clips from channels that you follow. Main Twitch channel. This can be a single channel or comma for separate channels. That's kind of cool. Okay, custom command. If a custom command is not set. Okay, this is super interesting. Wait. I'm trying to set something up real quick, which I probably should have done off stream, but I want to see if this works. Only show clips within a date range. No, we can do zeros off. Preferred featured clips. Featured clips, show channel name on top of video. Don't need that. Huh. Show custom clip details panel. We don't need that. Slide in basic, slide in fancy, theme options. Okay. We'll just do that. See if this works. It says custom command optional. If custom command's not set, the clip player will start playing as soon as the scene is active. Oh. Okay. My headphones are also beeping at me for no reason, and I don't know what's going on. Beep, 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 beep. Nate's on fire. Today we're doing awesome. I love that, Void. I love that. Why am I now realizing the closed captions? Dude, they're so bad. Do they need to be charged? Oh, they do. I knew that too. I knew that. They're just beep, 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 beep. Luckily, there's 2 batteries with my headphones. That's my favorite part about it, honestly. Discord's not wanting to work right now. But I need to send myself something. Ew, brother. Ew. Wish my keyboard would beep at me when it's dying. Or at least, like, tell you. Is anyone else having problems with Discord? Everyone else's Discord working except for mine? No, I need to fix it. Too lazy. It is very bad. It is very, very bad. Huh. Unfortunately, the good one went out of support for closed captions. Is that what we're talking about? Can I access Discord through my browser? Discord outage? Operational. Okay, so it's me, task manager, name, Discord, and task. Checking for updates, starting. There we go. Okay, cool. Just needed a little slapper dooski. A little spanking with the wooden spoon, as Emily would say. Browser. Clip player. Did I get that correctly? Whoa! Can we hear it? Oh, okay. So it randomly pulls clips. Okay. That's kind of cool. I heard nothing. I didn't hear anything either. Oh, I know. I know. Didn't make sure that shiny works. Can you guys hear it? All right. We're good to go. Game Pass. Gorum. All right, there we go.
Aims to Please has gifted one to the pack. Only Aims to Please.
What? What? Ah! Is it? It's too loud.
It happened! Ah!
Is it too loud? No, don't clip the clip. Nate, no, now I'm gonna have to go and delete it. These are clips. This is a clip. No, Kate, you're talking about skirts, right? You're talking about skirts, not kilts. Does anyone own a kilt? Does anyone actually own a kilt? If you can convince him, Amanda, I will bake you a cake. Oh, shiny. Okay, cool. So it does take over everything, including the spawn timer. So I think the best way to do this, it's kind of cool. Is it too loud? Should I turn it down a little bit? My camera was broken that day. Copy. Game source. View. Paste. Clip player. Oops. Do. Oh my god.
How did you know? We're ready to go, everyone.
Pokio 1 Hypers 2 Pokio 1 Hypers 2 Pokio 1 Hypers 2 Pokio 1
Was about to ask what the shiny was. These are old clips. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to take a break.
That was not very nice.
So I figured this would be a fun way to do it.
Oh no! Oh! Oh!
I was cosplaying as Bob Ross.
Dude, it haunted Salty down. Oh no, this is savage.
Now that it's on the half of the screen is better. We're not used to reruns on your channels.
Scotty, go save him.
Exactly.
Sawcon? What is that?
This is my favorite. This is my favorite one. Okay, here, give me a second.
Sawcon these nuts.
These nuts. Got him.
No, bro.
Grabominable in chat.
Life in plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Imagination. Life is your creation. Let's go party.
Yeah.
Come on, Bobby. Let's go party. Let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Bobby. Let's go party.
All the things. I think you need to retype. There you go. There you go.
I don't even know what shiny it was. I think it's past my bedtime. Dude, it's only 5 o'clock. What are you talking about? I wish I could pause these.
It's some exclamation point Darth.
Oh. Because now...
Oh my gosh.
So difficult.
Oh my gosh.
Difficult. I feel like a seal. Difficult. I feel like a seal. The balancing.
Oh. My gosh.
So difficult. So difficult.
Oh my gosh.
So difficult.
So difficult. Hey. Who knows what I just did? Who knows what I just did?
Yo!
Oh, Darth got a shiny. Darth got his first shiny.
No, Kate, you're talking about skirts, right?
Okay, so this is at the beginning.
Does anyone own a kilt?
How do I
if you
refresh cache?
all the things.
Okay, so it's gonna show all the same ones again. Okay. Give me 1 second. We're cooking. Yeet. Yeet is right. Play clip. Pokio. Number of clips. Prefer featured clip. Featured clips. If found, show channel name on top. No. Show clip details. No. Slide in basic. That's fine. Generate. Do that. And send over. Hit there. Cool. Now I can have this for breaks. That'll be really nice. I like that a lot. But it's not working now. Huh? Generate overlay? What did I do wrong? Oh, it was just working. It was just working. Refresh. Current page. Oh, do I need to exclamation point play clip? Waha. Okay, we did it. We did it. Exclamation point play clip.
Wait a minute.
Hey, oh. I miss you dancing to breakfast burrito. We gotta do that again. We gotta do that again.
Who said that?
There's just laughter.
What if I do play clip again?
Random too.
Okay, so that does a new. Okay, cool. Awesome.
I was coming
awesome.
here for twigs.
All right, I'll be back. Enjoy the random clips. If it starts to repeat, exclamation point play clip. I don't know if that'll work for everyone, though.
Yo. I only have 25. Probably not going to catch, but... Oh. Did I save 3 times? I did not. Does it have, like, memento or something? Another shiny in the back. Oh, no, it just disappeared. I saw it. I saw it for...
Pokio 1 Hypers 2 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 Pokio 1 Hypers.
No! I forgot I had the wrong shoes on. Sawcon? What is that?
Sawcon these nuts.
These nuts. Got him.
No, bro. Whee! That was not very nice. I feel like a Sfeel. Sfeel! Sfeel! Can someone do an exclamation point Darth? Oh. Oh my gosh, this is so difficult. The balancing. Yo, good luck on the catches, everyone. Good luck on the catches. Did we just get a shiny? Did you have that before, Void? Yo! No, Kate, you're talking about skirts, right? You're talking about skirts, not kilts. Does anyone own a kilt? Does anyone actually own a kilt? If you can convince him, Amanda, I will bake you a cake. Oh. Oh, oh, oh! Oh, shiny! Shiny Tora! What? 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 Yee! Gorup. Gorup. All right, there we go.
Aims to Please has gifted one to
Oh.
the pack. Holy Aims to Please.
What? What? Ah! 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 It happened! Ah! Yo! Yo, 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 yo! Duh! What are these? Yeah. Dinner. Dinner. Oh, the mochi dance. Oh, wait, that's not the mochi dance. That's before the mochi dance. Didn't make sure that shiny works. It worked. It worked. All right. All righty. Very good. Very good. It worked. I'm very happy about that. It did seem to pull a lot of the same clips. So we'll see if that continues to happen. Sock on dance? Harpy's never gonna let me live that down. Never gonna let me live that down. Sir. That wasn't very nice. That wasn't very nice.
This'll be easy.
There's more.
You're dead to begin with. That's not funny.
Oh, there's still more. Oh, Sydney Pointylay? What? Is this a boss? What the hell? Whoa, you look like a spider. What are you? What are you? What are you? What are you? Regenerative? Get out of here. Where, whoa!
Said your goodbye.
Yeah, get the frick out of here.
Aw, does this hurt your soul?
What are you doing up there? still alive. Whoa. Holy guacamole. Ow. How you doing, creature? Welcome in. I didn't realize I was going to be in a boss battle, but we did it. You jumped in his face, sir? Of course. Ow. Yeah, I did. I was just trying to give it a little smooch. Just a little hello. Mwah. A little mwah. You know? Cute little creature. Had to say hi. Litleo in chat. This is a C tier, normal fire type. It is best doggo. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. Ooh, railgun. I'll try that. Good luck, everyone, on Litleo. Speed increase, movement speed. No, I'm fine. Okay, without that. Give me monies. Money, money, money. Money. Let's see. I do not. Oh, I do need Litleo. How's you, creature? I'm doing good. It's been a very good Monday. Very good Monday so far. We vibing. We, kicking the week off right. I cannot complain. What are you getting into today? Any fun plans? Nate Prowl, Centaur, Brad, and Matthias. Congrats on the catches. Oh, I can refight that person. That's kind of cool. Let's see if I go back this way, if I can get this. If not, I give up. Lambe. What's this? But the thing's over here. Why are you telling me to go that way if I'm trying to hunt over here? I don't understand, game. You want me up there? I don't know how to get up there.
Welcome back, Sprouts, to the Pokio Pack.
With the 3
months.
months. Thank you,
Let's
my
go.
friend. Thank you. I appreciate. Gonna Warzone with Octo's man later. Fun. I've never played Warzone. I bet it would be fun with friends, though. Poke, I want to see a cute puppy my dad found in the garage. Yes. Wait, does that mean you have a new dog? Hello? Does that get extra points? No, that's just 1 point. Yeah, send me a picture. I want to see. I love puppies. Are we gonna keep the puppy? keep the poppies. Prowl, thank you again, friendo. Enjoy the emotes, enjoy the ad-free viewing, all that good stuff. DT, we have a $400 giveaway where we're gonna pick a bunch of different winners. Welcome in, welcome in.
Welcome to the Fenway Cup. It's not too late to get in on this athleting and participating, or just spectating and rubbernecking.
Fenway Cup? What is this? Dreams do come true. You've been telling yourself for years you want to finish triathlon. Now's your chance.
Sounds like I'll hate it. I'm in.
Sounds like I'll hate it. I'm in.
We got some swimming, some cycling, and some other stuff involving a doohickey and a thingamabob. You'll figure it out.
Doohickey and thingamabob.
Finish on time and you win. Easy as pie.
Swim, cycle, doohickey, thingamabob.
Got it.
That starting line so we can get at it.
All right, go to the starting line.
On your marks. Get your sets. And go. All right. Get to swimming and follow them players.
Oh, I'm timed too. Let's go. We
Check your
swimming
DM when you have the time.
Okay, I will. Also posted a pic of the wedding. Ooh, what channel did we post that in?
So far, I don't hate it as much as I thought I would.
How about your speeder bike? Get to riding.
Run if you want.
Ride? Wait. What? Am I supposed to have this? I can't ride and have this at the same time. What do you mean? Huh? Ancient crawler, ransack these abandoned crawlers for valuable tech. I think it's telling me to do two different things at once. And I'm very confused.
I can belt that out.
Definitely two different missions at once. Whoa. Face reveal? All right, yeah. I will check in one moment. I have 1:44 on this.
Starting to hate how much I don't hate this.
Shoot. Which way? This way? How do I restart this mission? Get out of my way, sir. I have 46 seconds. Go, bike, go! Ow. Ow. Are we close to being done? We're not even close, are we? Eight, 7, 6, 5, 4. I don't think I came close at all.
Death to a life imitated. Here to slay.
Should we try again? Probs not. Probs not. I know that it exists, so we can do that. We can do that later. I don't care about that right now. Poke needs to learn to drift and go between things. Brother, I didn't know what the hell was going on. I'm gonna be honest. The markers can be silly. They can.
I can cure them all with your help.
Gore awaits. With the success.
Eradicate their madness.
Girl, chill. Success of Amberlin's Ripper curing machine. She needs you to find more lucky subjects. Oh, we already did the first one.
My favorite not crazy Ripper scientist. Sure, I could explode some more heads.
My
Hello.
machine is such triumph. I want to cure all the Rippers.
Yeah.
Please, find
Yeah, it
some
works
nearby
so
and
well
invite
the
them
first
over
time.
to taste the Scarlet Cure.
She's a Ripper. She's a freaking Ripper. Lure Rippers to the device. Okay. Can you turn it on? Do I hit it? Bonk. Oh, do I have to bring them here? Okay. How do I... Where are the baddies? Over here? Psycho? Come here. Come here. Gotcha. Where are all your friends?
Hey, what's up, dickface? Follow me.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Different versions of vehicle drives? Yeah, I did know. Or I do know that, yeah. Okay, you are needy, girl. Can I get 3 at once? Come on. Don't hurt them! Leave them alone. Where's your friend? Hello? Come on.
Can you feel the end approaching?
Hello.
Team we make.
Yeah, great team.
We will give them all the volcanic cure. On behalf of science herself, I wish to gift you this helmet.
Bro.
Well, she died as she lived,
Mhm.
without a helmet.
Well, they lived a good life. Glad we did that. Glad we did that. Okay, since we weren't able to do
The last bounty. Let's check out our other bounties. How do I turn in the contracts? Percival's close. Show on map. That's not too far away from this. And I do need to claim that safe house as well. But once again, I don't think I remember how to get up there. B-A-N-A-N-A. Not banana, scare him! Unban my points from scaring! Corsola, very good shiny. Very good shiny in chat. Check to see if you need it. You can use a net or geoball here. Good luck. How you doing, Moose?
how was work? Or have we not had work today? Because we're working nights now, right? Corsola in chat. Good luck. Beautiful, beautiful shiny. I need it. Brad, be careful you don't own that ball.
Oh. Can I jump up this? Yes. Oh, that's a different one. What the hell? Okay. That was kind of sick. That was kind of sick. Okay, that's your brain. Wow. Alright, now how do I get up here? What way are you telling me to go?
I know, everything's up there, but how do I get there? This way, you say? Ooh, this is the way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Fast travel. Make my life easier. Let's go. Let's go. Santos in that shiny spot. GG catchers. Whew, good thing it didn't scream at him and spook him. No, still doing mornings for now. Have a rave this Thursday, so have to move a bunch of games out of the way. A rave at Dave & Buster's? What the heck? Big game sale on Steam, 505 sale? Is that a company? 505? Where's the data pad?
You wish you could control me.
I don't even see where they are. They're around here somewhere. How do I cancel that? Okay, cool. Got it. Roger. Roger. It's a publisher. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. Any notable games from the sale? A rave at Dave & Buster's. I still can't get over that. What is that even like? Is that a common occurrence? Do you guys do that often? Huh. I have to get through there, or is the thing around here? It's not this, is it? Echo, where are we supposed to go? I feel like this is the room. Echo, what am I missing? Claim safe house to unlock fast travel. Capture this location to expand your fast travel network. Cool. I'm here. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Where's the thing? Also a sale on cozy job sim games. So
there's a bunch of different mini sales right now. Okay. Chaos, how you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. So close to the magic number. I know we've gotten very close today, but no 69s. I feel like this is it. Is this it? Echo. Echo, do your thing. Find datapad. What do you mean? Find datapad. Oh! Oh, that's right. Where am I supposed to find this damn datapad? Oh my bejeebus. Where in the hell are you hiding this?
hello? Anyone? Why? Why do we have to have this mechanic? This is unreasonable. I don't want to have to go all the way back. Apparently, it's common in this region. We bring out a bunch of DJs to play. It's a buyout, so you have to get tickets for it. And then we get the alcohol sales. They've done a few over the past 1 to 2 years. It sounds like a good time. Not gonna lie. I mean, I would go. And you get to work that? Or no? You're just setting up for it. Where am I? This is should I keep? Should I keep datapad? Is there a video? Yeah. Okay, I'm here. We're here, right? Oh my goodness. Okay. This is silly. Watch. This is what they want me to do. Turn around, look up, find this, go all the way up here, and get this silly little data pad that they hid in the middle of nowhere. Because why not? Yeah. Once you learn how they're placed, it's a lot easier to find the future ones. Okay. Okay. Silly hiding spots like that. That's fair. That's fair. We learning.
Just throw that into your place.
We are learning. We got a bunch of rewards. Sniper rifle, Jacobs. Toggle junk. I'm a saint, I tell you. Artillery payload fires bullets around the grenade, dealing 167 damage. Explosive. I'm okay without that one. Flamethrowers, kind of cool, but it's too limited. It's too small. New vehicle will be on a new vehicle. A drift blade? Casual collection? Hey, what do you mean? What do you mean new vehicle? Is that just paint job? Or like actual? Oh. I don't know if I like it. So skinny. I don't know. I don't know. Do I like it? I kind of like this one. This one's kind of badass. And then this one's like, very minimal. Skinny for faster zoomies? I don't think it applies though. I don't think like that makes it any faster. Do I have a cool paint job that goes with it? This one? I mean, that's okay, I guess. No paint job? Ah, that's kind of cool. Is that Mr. Beast logo? The hell? Why does it have Mr. Beast logo on it? Weird. Looks like Halloween. It does. What does it look like on this? Okay. That's kind of badass. We'll go there. Vault Hunter. Oh. All right. Cool. New hair unlocked. New her. Don't care.
Corpses is kind of a public service.
Backpack. How we doing? 3 assault rifles. Oh, okay. We're doing fine.
It's everyone's responsibility.
We're doing just dandy. Hello, friends. You're welcome for liberating the post. Can I have a sip? Oh. That face does not look welcoming.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah, you gonna share? Ooh. Okay, I'm gonna leave you alone. A little fuel for the tank, you say? Looks like she needs to go to the bathroom. Zeus is doing super good. His skin's almost clear from the allergies he had. Yo, that's huge. Do you know what caused it at your last place? Renabri, bad. Renabri, excuse. Oh, I guess we have this little guy. Okay, whatever. Does look kind of speedy.
You will have nothing.
Quick and easy. Do I want that? No, I do not. Hello. That's not the button I wanted to press. Bullaby in ow, ow, ow. Bullaby in chat, everyone. Check to see if you need it. Oh, hey, wait. Hey, sir, get back here. Holy, okay, we're good. Bullaby in chat. This is a dark, weekly mon. Dark flying. Good luck if you're going for it. Good luck if you're going for Bullaby. Whoa! We did it. We did it. Yeah, we did it. Okay, so if you complete a contract, it just finishes already. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Level ball target as well. Night ball, muck ball, or level ball. True. Sorry, low one. Oh, you know what I didn't do on my break was grab a snack. I said I was gonna go get snacks, and then I didn't do that. I did not do that. Whoopsies. Show on map. Where is this baddie? Acquire plant sample. What's the closest fast travel to this? Oh, I can fast travel right here. Would you like to know how to put stuff in the bank from wherever you are? Looking at those level 30 and 50 guns to save in your inventory? Yes, I would. Wait, you're saying I can go into my inventory? Wait a second. No way. No way. And then just bank? Does it go to the bank immediately? And then send items to the bank? B? Whoa! That's pretty nifty.
You're a discerning one. Setting up the
That's pretty darn nifty. Not gonna lie. I like that. I like it. No, you're absolutely allowed to teach me things. This is one of those games that they don't explain everything. Because they expect people to teach each other, if that makes sense. Like, they expect you to be playing with other people and use the power of numbers to figure things out. I like that update. Kind of one thing that made me not like Borderlands 3, besides my ex. Oh! Oh, damn. The power of friendship. Yeah, okay, that's a better way to put it. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Let's spread a little terror.
Why are you all so spread out?
Let's spread a little terror.
Is my Spectre inside? Oh, God. You're useless. You're useless to me. Sir, what do you think you're doing? Trying to get away from me. Alt fire gas trap fires a projectile that explodes, causing a cloud of noxious gas. Sounds interesting. Carry. How do I... Thank you. And now I go somewhere? Now I go this way? Wait, I missed what Creature said. I'm only eventually getting this game because of Vex is fun. Vex is very fun, I will admit. Now, how do you want me to get it up there? Can I just fast travel to it? Hey, where'd my item go? Oh my goodness. No! Yeah.
Reap their souls, spectral servant.
Whoa, why are you so fast? Oh, there's some nice hops he had there. Do I have to do this fight again? No. Cool. It seems to be either something environmentally suspected to be something sprayed on the grass, like pesticides or herbicides, or a yeast infection due to the folds he's getting. He's 11-year-old on paper mixed with an immune reaction. That makes sense, though. And it sometimes is super hard to diagnose what's causing it. But I'm glad that Zeus's skin is doing better. Sometimes it could be just the moisture or the lack thereof, you know? Okay, which way do they want me to go with this? For my mission... I think it says this way. Fenway's Cup. No. How do I untrack? Currently track. I don't want to track that. I want to track this. Retrieve plant sample. Did it. Show on map. And now you want me to get back here with said plant sample. The hell are you on? Like, how? How do I get up there? I was supposed to get snacks. I completely forgot to get snacks. You're absolutely right. Jump, 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 jump around. Do do. Maybe this way. This is not the way. It looks like it should be. What if? What if? Okay. Okay. This is silly. The Pro. No, I'm still stuck. But I'm still stuck. I want to throw it all the way up there. I'm only 100 yards, so what if I... Throw it. Fast travel. Go grab it. Where is it? Come on. Ah, magic. Magic. Take your damn thing. Take your damn... I'm never doing that again. Never doing it again. Get out of here. Poke the parkour pro. That was stupid. Why though? Why? Assault rifle. Let's see. Alt fire grenade launcher launches a grenade that deals 728 damage. Ripper license, full auto. Nah, I don't want that. I don't want that. So what did we get by doing those? Are they worth? Alt fire, Argernite spark launches a spike, excuse me, that drains power from nearby enemies. Interesting. Interesting. And we got a new heal. Okay, so kind of worth, but probably more worth later game. Not worth your time really to do them right now unless you need like random levels or something. Good to know. Good to know. All right, so we're switching back over to blue for Grave Assault. Vex kill skill. Vex and her minions gain increased fire rate for duration. Okay, okay. That's badass. We take that. The tone of the last message from Void have been made in honor of the September Awareness Month, Suicide Prevention, National Recovery Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, Blood Cancer Awareness Month, Sickle Cell Awareness, Pain Awareness, and Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Dang. There's a lot to be aware of. There's a lot to be aware of. If anyone is affected by any of those things, sending lots and lots of love. Not to say that I wouldn't do that on every day, but know that you're being recognized, especially this month. I don't want that mission. What's our main mission? Shadow of the Mountain among the icy peaks. Yeah, we can do this one. Of the Terminus Mountains, a cruel and appropriately named scientist called Vile Lictor has one of the command bolts we need. Head into Frozen North. Enlist allies to help snatch it out of his vile mittens. Oh, and then there's the Ripper Queen as well. Oh, these are the two big baddies. We just took out one of them, and then we have these two left. Okay. Got you. Gotcha. What is this telling me to do? Bounty Percival? I don't want that. Contracts. Ooh, is this an A tier? Drudgegan in chat, everyone. Check to see if you need it. Wee woo, wee woo. Let's go! Dragon A tier. Can use a fantasy ball here. Very good shiny, especially if you like the color green. Fantasy ball is the only specialty ball. 485 base stats. You cannot evolve into this, so definitely one that you don't want to sleep on. If you don't have it, consider timer balling it. Good luck. Good luck. I know this has been spawning more frequently, but still not something to sleep on. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Last call for Drudgegan in chat. Timer balls if you got them. Yo, GG catchers. Void in that shiny spot. Congratulations. Congrats, congrats. Okay, why is it showing me that instead of this? Nani? Do I need to do something first? Excuse me. I don't think so. Let's go try. Little Squish, have you been playing? Or are you just enjoying watching friendos? Hello, Echo? Oh, you know what I should do? Quit main menu. We're just gonna relog and let the game do its thing, because it likes to break. It's very good at breaking. Same. This isn't the normal content that I normally stream, but Borderlands is like one of my favorite, if not my all-time favorite franchises. So I wanted to share it with everyone. I absolutely love Borderlands. Maybe they clash in. Possibly. I mean, game's kind of jank, right? I guess we could just go take care of this too. Echo, where do you want me to go? This way? Okay. We'll do it. I don't know if I trust you, but we'll do it. How you doing, Squish? Any big things going on this week? Excuse me, boys. I felt like I was just here. Oh, you guys are bad guys.
It's about to be a synth apocalypse.
Where'd they go? The hell game. Oh. Whatever. Bro, I don't know. I was ready for a fight and they're just like, no, we out. We outie. I scared them away. They know how strong I am. They're like, we ain't dealing with him. He's too strong. Anyone? Anyone? Ooh, look at that. We were able to go through the barrier. Friends! Yay! Dude, these specters are actually broken. Like, that's kind of insane. Strong. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad you understand. Ow. I don't even know where I am. I'm gonna be honest.
You're about to be null and voided.
Oh, hello. Where do I want you?
Isn't she radiant?
Oh, what's that? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh, I'm dead. I was not looking at my health. Hello. No friend? Yeah, get out of here. There's more. Where are they? Oh, hello. Okay, who's the guy in charge? There you are.
About to inflict some dread.
Hey, calm down, sir. Chill. Thank you. Appreciate. Whoa, that's not what I wanted to do.
You're dead to begin with.
Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Oh, there's another one of those bastards. Okay. You guys are all chained together. Sick. Good talk. Where are you going? Dawn. I feel like I left some stuff, yeah, back here. I don't care about that. Don't care about that. Take it for monies. Was really happy to see Claptrap again, right? You didn't think you'd ever say that, but it's true. And I do like that he's not constantly with us, and you can kind of get to see him when you want to see him. If that makes sense. Secret agent. Hope you're doing well. Are you playing Borderlands right now? If so, which character did you go with? We do have a pretty big giveaway going on for later this month. Later this month? Is it later this month or the month after? November. In November. So after October. On the 1st of November, we'll be picking the winners. Where am I even going? Like, where am I? Oh, I don't need to be here. I'm just destroying people for no apparent reason. Okay. I'm out of here. Goodbye. That was fun. Okay. This way. On the road again.
Excellent. Violator maintains an iron grip here, so you won't get his command bolt without help. You'll find the augers at Belton's Boulder, in the heart of the mountains. Don't expect the warmest welcome, though. Unlike the Outbounders, the augers are an insular and traditionalist people. The Timekeeper gives them some measure of autonomy as long as they keep the Ordinite flowing from their minds. But some among them are willing to fight. Particularly the one who goes by Defiant Calder. He's got
Defiant Calder.
the other leaders lack.
You'll find little holes through the crags of Terminus, Vault Hunter. Vile Nectar will dissect you without mercy. Then hard ones. But I believe he's cut it out by now.
Ooh. Barbecue anyone? Barbecue anyone? Was did you do stop destroying people? That's kind of the name of the game, no? That's kind of the name of the game. This way. Ow. Okay, that didn't work. Whee! 360! Where are we? Where are we? Heated Ripper? What makes you so heated? I missed.
About to inflict some dread.
Hello. Rotary! Yo, Surge, welcome in. Welcome in. Oh, shoot. Okay. I don't like these things at all. They always really hurt. Surge, how you doing? I have 11 health. That's dangerous. Okay, there's someone big over here.
There you go. It's this person. Qfin in chat. We just got a shiny Cooperaja earlier. 330 base stats. Can use a magnet ball. Did I break banana voice? Is it not working? Oh no. Here, I'll give you your points back. I'll look into it. It was working earlier. A bit gassy. Oh my god. Oh my god. All that Taco Bell you had, eh? All that yummy T-Bell. Good luck on Qfin, everyone. Oops, never mind. Does it work? I gave you your points back anyway. Enjoy the free points. So suggested Taco Bell stream on October 4th, which is National Taco Day. Might be a bad suggestion right now. Good luck on Qfin, everyone. Good luck. Do I need this? I do. I do. Yo, GG catchers.
I'm a killer.
Oh, damn, girl. Nice. I don't even know if I'm supposed to be here, but that was really fun. That was very, very fun. Okay, what am I looking for? This location gives Deadbolt collectible located in the Borderlands. Okay, I don't really care about that. But we're here. Is it going to be hard to get to? Brother. The confidence of the inexperienced Boone Bexon Nursog 22,776 hours offline. Echo logs. Deadbolts is what we just got. Most recent injury, I don't need fancy lessons or a life jacket or practice. It's just swimming. How hard can it possibly be? Well, fortunately, harder than you thought. Is that it? There's no audio to it or anything? Boring. Boring. Are we supposed to know that person from like a past game or something? I feel like that's probably what it is. It's a bop. It's a bop. I don't want to go to that mission. I want to go to my main mission. Why do you keep showing me the wrong one? Bye-bye. Safe house.
What is happening with your face area?
Oh, that's far away. All right, let's go do it. Wow.
I've got a new algorithm for you. Hey girl, hey.
Hey, girl, hey. Oh. Okay, so where do they actually want me to go, though? That's the real question. Straight in front of me. This giant building. Okay, we can do that. There. That's the audio. Flower Garden makes every mission better. Yoshi's, is it Yoshi's Island? No, is that the Yoshi Story? What's the title of the game? That game's so hard. Like, insanely hard. I went back to play that and forgot how challenging it was. Okay, so this place is closed. Can I open this? E-deposit. What am I supposed to deposit there? Side quest stuff? Hmm. Is there like a secret entrance down here? No. Let me in. Oh. Oops. This is it, right? Kind of. It's behind this wall. If I was a game developer, how would I want people to go about getting into this door? That's a good question. It looks very fancy. And it would be pretty nice to fast travel. But maybe it's just story unlock? I don't know. What's over here? Oh, I need to go up there? Is that what you're telling me? How do I get up there? Wait a second. Wait a second. How do you want me to get there? Oh, oh, oh. You want me to do a whole freaking maze to do this? Okay, okay, okay. What? What? Okay, okay. Got it. Checks. Checks out. What? What's this, like, little thing want for me? Oh, here we go. Boop. Open. Oh, okay. Aha! You use your noggin to get inside. Okay, okay. Whoop. Let's go. So far, so good. Kind of tired. And that's okay. It is. It is. It's a Monday mood. You know what I mean? Have I tried knocking? I did, actually. I gave him a little, you know, the 1-2. Just the hello, hello. They weren't having it. They were not having it. $59, 10% off that 69%. Being tired means you did a lot of work today and spent a lot of energy, which means you did some amazing things. I mean, it might not even be today. It could have been over the weekend too. Because I know personally, there's times where like, I just exhaust myself for a few days, whether it be my social battery or my physical battery. What the hell just happened? I think I'm in the ceiling? Question mark? How do I get down? That was weird. Whoa! Several good work sessions at a virtual conference. Doing few work things along with making halibut and boiled potatoes. Yum. Yum. We had some swordfish yesterday. It was really yummy. Your girl needs coffee. I feel that. I feel that. How am I already almost out of coffee? I guess it has been an hour since I went down to go get coffee. Go get some. Nate, have you had your coffee? I appreciate your positivity and your amazing addition to the Twitch community. Seriously, Nate is such a big cutie. I freaking love hanging out with Nate. Nate, did we officially beat the game yesterday? I had to go to sleep. I was exhausted. I was hanging out on Nate's channel yesterday. He was playing some Tears of the Kingdom. Yup. I got to see the final battle up until like almost the very end. It was very fun. Very, very fun. I'm sure that feels amazing. Finally done with that part of my life. I can move on. So Hollow Knight next. Hollow Knight, more pain. I might join you. I might join you soon with Silk Song. Nate is handsome, or so I have heard. He's a pretty handsome guy. What was the problem on Saturday with my voice meter thing? Arfie, I honestly don't know. I'm gonna be honest. Ooh, what's this? Applesauce? Okay. So I updated some drivers. That helped. I think it was the Windows update that broke it. I don't know. But we fixed it. I did a bunch of things. I did a bunch of different things. But at the end of the day, like, there's still an underlying problem. You'll be fine. Bro, it's a aggressive game. It is taxing. Decrypt here. Place capsule. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Also, is there access to my bank or anything here at the fast travel points? Not really, huh? Well, that's a bummer. That's a bummer. No, Hollow Knight's really fun, though. I think you'll enjoy it. Makes you feel really good about beating bosses and doing all the things when you actually get it done. A good self of accomplishment. sense of accomplishment. Excuse me. Good sense of accomplishment. I can words. I can words today. It's great. Ooh, Deerling winter form. Check to see if you need it. Normal grass type. Ooh, Brash could use the alt form. Let me see. Do I have this one? I need it. I need it. Good luck, everyone. It is a variant that you might not have. This is a variant that you might not have. So double check. It's a different color than. There's 4 different versions. There's 4 versions. Each season got a form. Good luck, everyone. Meow. What's this? What's this? There's something in the air. What's this? What's this? This is the way I'm supposed to go. Huh? Do I have to call elevator? Hello? Oh, you okay. I'm not gonna stand down there. Northern. Hope you're doing well, friend. Dazzy, Alistair, Gold Magician, Collateral, Santos, Buckwheat, Stark. Excuse me. Yuigi, Renabri, Too Lazy, Mousehold, and Shay. Congrats. Oh, we even have elevator music. Oh, there's people. There's people everywhere. Oh my god, there's so many people. Why are there so many people?
You go, ghoul.
Hi.
Powered off.
Damn. Oh my goodness. Hello. We're partying over here if you want to join. Oh, got him. Where are you going? Where are you going? Oh! God damn! Not done over here. Okay. Is there 2 ways? Let me look. Let me look. Where does it want me to go? This way? Okay, we can go this way. Oh, hello. Hello, buddy. How you doing? What? Why are you running? There you go. You can just do that.
Give him a fright.
Nice. Nice. I got the mean potential saws, bug, bind, synthesis, and toxic. That is pretty toxic. That is pretty toxic. Sawsbuck, though. Are we gonna use Sawsbuck like that? It's not bulky enough, is it? There's only a few places that have banks. Okay, so it's like the big fast travel ones. That makes sense. I would like them at all the safe houses. That doesn't make any sense why there wouldn't be. But I'm okay with it. You know, it is what it is. Just quality of life silliness. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break, go get a snack. Is this the same clip that was playing before? I think that might have been the same clip. So next, you guys want clips or words?
No, Kate, you're talking about skirts, right?
Yeah, we've already seen this one.
What are these?
We've already seen this.
Yeah. Dinner.
That's crazy that it's picking the same clips over and over again, though. Because I have so many clips. Maybe I should turn prioritize featured off and see if that does anything. Give me a second. We're still cooking
sure
with this.
Shiny works.
All
right, we're good to go. Game Pass, all the things.
Limit 100, day train 0, theme option, featured.
There you go, there you go.
False. Okay, now let's see what this does. Clips, then we can see if it cycles. All right, I changed it. I changed one setting. So we'll see if this works. Clip player. Did that break it? I think I broke it. But how? Refresh. Happy fall. Yes, it is officially fall. Is it play clip or play clips? Play clips.
It'll take that long. Shiny. Shiny.
Okay.
Yo.
There you go. I was missing a letter.
Let's go. I need to get a picture of it. Come here, little one.
Hashtag progress. I'll be back
Don't you
soon.
run away. Don't. No. Come here. Stop it. Oh my goodness. Okay, I guess we're not getting a picture of it. Just didn't make sure that shiny works. All right. We're good to go. Game Pass. No, Kate, you're talking about skirts, right? You're talking about skirts, not kilts. Does anyone own a kilt? Does anyone actually own a kilt? If you can convince him, Amanda, I will bake you a cake. Oh. Oh, shiny! Shiny Tora! What? 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 What are these? Yeah. Dinner. Dinner. Gorup. Gorup. All right, there we go.
Aims to please has gifted one to the pack. Only aims to please.
What? What? Ah! 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 It happened! Ah! Yo! Yo, 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 yo! Done! I only have 25. Probably not going to catch, but... Oh! Did I save 3 times? I did not. Does it have, like, memento or something? Another shiny in the back. Oh, no, it just disappeared! I saw it! I saw it for... Whee! That was not very nice. So, Pokio had to take an emergency meeting.
How many repeat clips did we
I'm
see?
here to fill in
Were they all repeat?
for the rest of the art stream. I hope you don't mind.
Like 80% repeats? Okay.
Here to do the arts.
Okay, okay, okay. Good to know, good to know. I'll mess with it, see if it works. See if it's worth. Because it would be cool. It would be nice. Chase, how you doing? I did not change the settings. I will go in and change them and see if that makes it more random.
Concern, HR have sent a gift to mate Yaparicchio Pelicano. It is sent to your
Oh,
DMS. Nothing bad. HR hopes you like it. Regards, Linda.
So real quick, what the hell? There was a puppy in Too Lazy sent me a picture. He said that there was a puppy in his garage that his dad found. This is the puppy that was found in Too Lazy's garage. Guess what? First, let me show you this adorable dog. Also, why does it look like it's in a cloud of smoke? Brother, how did you find a possum in your house? We don't even have these in Southern California, do we? Hello? Yo, yo. Also, I needed to check a picture from Prowl as well. I completely forgot about this. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Look at this wedding attire for both of them. Prowl in red. Ow, ow. Damn, looking good, looking good. Yes, we do. Apparently we do, because yeah, this was found in Too Lazy's Too Lazy's garage. Damn, I love the get up. I love it. I love it. Looking sharp. Looking really nice. When you tell him not to hit the face. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Spotting coming. Get your balls ready, everyone. Get your balls ready. It's a demon! We got a watch roll in chat. C tier, electric flying can use a feather ball, magnet ball, or a mock ball. Nate is a cutie. We got a burb in chat, everyone. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. It's a cute little burb, too. It's a cute little one. Good luck, good luck, good luck. Watch roll in chat. Rabood, how you doing, Smarty? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good luck on the burb. Watch roll. All right, we got a ways to go, I think. And we're going the wrong way. No audio, big lurkies. Let me send Rabbit some love. Good luck, everyone. GG catchers.
You make questionable choices. Here to slay.
Guess what? At
What?
Tokyo, you're a cutie and you rock.
Ah,
Runs away.
no you! No you! Nice. Okay, they're all up top. Oh my goodness. There we go. Got him. Dead, dead, dead. Okay, that was fun. On to the next. Do we go this way? Or do I stay on the main road? We do go this way. Oh, wait. There's something right here that we can do. We'll do that since we're here. No, you. No, you. You played any games today?
Keep hacking, little bud.
Miss Emily? How are you absorbing this? What is that noise? What? What are we beeping? Oh, it's you. Okay. All right. Fair. Brother. Anyone else?
Do your thing, for.
Did I mess it up? I think I messed it up. I need to protect Echo. Gotcha. Who's that big baddie, though? That was crazy. I also can't leave this area. Got you. Echo's still working. Oh shit. Ah, and then I fell. Shoot. Am I still in the radius? I am. Okay, cool. They're still coming. 50? You're at 50? Why are we still just at 50? What do you need? What do you need? Echo, well, how can I help? How can I help you? Why are we stuck at 50%? What the hell? $56, okay, we're cooking, we're cooking. Like it, I like it. Oh shit.
Here comes murder. Like a nightmare.
Oh shit. Alright, someone's right here. Oh, there's two of them. Alright, how we doing? 84. Okay, okay, okay.
Much better.
Nice. 100. Whoa! Wow! Let's go! Does that mean I now have more space? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. Double 39, main and alt have sus synced? That's crazy. That's crazy. Does that mean we get a prize? Prize is at 69. 69% sus is when you get something special. That's something special. Something that people, that, you know, they fight over it. They fight over it. They all want to get banned. Efficient soldier. Forge Knight class mod? I'm not a Forge Knight. What the hell? Anyone want this? What? What? Okay, I could use that. Status effect, application chance. I'm not using any statuses though. Reload speed, health regen per second. I like that better. That on. That's new. That's pretty fancy. If you were to get a prize, what prize do you want? What prize would you go for? A teddy bear? I don't even know where my lost loot goes. Like, I don't even know if I have any, if we're gonna be honest. Reflective. Okay, without that. This one? Oh, thanks. Trico? You want a Trico prize? A stuffed Trico? Real life Trico. I don't know if you could handle a real life Trico. Are you responsible enough? Hey, does bad job at picking loot up? Me or you? If you haven't, any suggestions, let me know. The loot machine? Oh, neither of us. The loot machine. It was pretty good in, what was it, Borderlands 2?
Welcome to collect this cycle's Ordinite tile. Where is it?
Ah, Warden, this is all that we have for you.
This is barely enough for a squad of synths.
Unfortunately, with the exile of our mining clave, it has been difficult to reach quotas.
No excuses.
No excuses.
Who do you think exiled the miners?
It's the Vault Hunter. Kill them! Stop this, Outlander!
Oh wait, they're on my side. Oh, cool. I need to sell stuff. Porta potty. Jacobs. Nah. Hello, who are you? What's your name? Joyless Dellin. Hello.
What have you done?
I don't know.
Dead on our mountain. They will blame us.
Excuse Joyless Stellan, even though he's correct. I am Cautious Arden. You caused us some trouble.
Why you named that?
Trouble's my thing. But maybe the Crimson Resistance can help you. We're looking for people to join the fight against the Order. Already got the Outbounders on board.
Spawn and come and get your balls ready.
Defiant Calder was exiled for such talk.
Calder, huh?
Likely
Wah,
dead. Returned to the
Buffett.
mountain.
Very good
and
shiny.
he learned something from the stones.
He and his fellow exiles
Cypher
were
ball
attempting to
or
take
heal
back their
ball can be
playfellow from
used.
the Order. If you feel like dying alongside them, you'll find him in the Cuspids.
Well, these people are not my favorite.
Hey, Zadra, you weren't kidding. The Augurs aren't exactly bursting with hospitality.
Yeah, I'd say that.
Vile Lictor has them afraid of their own shadows. And I guess
Okay.
your arrival coincided with a minimum of, say, 5 explosions. But don't be fooled. Some augurs aren't so willing to bend the knee to Lictor. From them, you'll get a very different reception.
All right, now where do you want me to go?
In case I miss telling anyone, happy Hobbit Day. Hope you have a great day.
Happy Hobbit Day! What makes it Hobbit Day? I forgot to ask yesterday when we were talking about it. I forgot to ask. Good luck on Wobbuffet, everyone. Beep beep. Matthews with the candy. Ooh, 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 ooh. Matthews. Honestly, sour straws sound really good right now. If I were to have any candy, I'd want sour straws. Ooh, look at these bones. Look at them bones. September 22nd is designated as Hobbit Day because of the birth date of 2 of J.R.R. Tolkien's main characters, Bilbo Baggins and Frodo Baggins. Today's Frodo's birthday. That's crazy. They were born on the same day? Is that his dad? Bilbo? Right? Isn't that his dad? Hey, don't kick my vehicle, sir. You just got it clean. God damn. Happy autumn. Are we excited that it's autumn and that we are done with summer, or are we sad that summer is over? I'm kind of excited for autumn, for fall. I call it fall. Am I going the right way? Ooh. Ooh, new fast travel. Okay, we're gonna do that. Live in Vancouver. Happy for cooler temps. I'm happy for cooler. Honestly, more than anything, we get a nice breeze during fall, and that's what I'm looking forward to the most. It could be hot out, and we can have a nice breeze, and I will be so happy. What are we doing over here? I kind of want to fight you. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it.
Isn't she radiant?
All right, where's our friends? There's one more. Come out wherever you are. What are you doing? Where are you? Are you still inside here? Come out. Come out. Cheater. Cheater. Okay, game doesn't want to spawn the person. Fine. What's this? Exo Soldier class. I can't use that. Just gonna sell it. Okay, I'm going the wrong way. But there is this thing too, right here, and we're right here, so maybe we just do it. I get so distracted. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why? This game is horrible for my distractions. We're doing it. We're doing it. Why would we not do it, right?
Your existence has been revoked.
Chill, daddy. Pokes ADHD in this game are dunking it. Well, I mean, seriously though. Seriously though. It's just so satisfying. I don't know what it is.
This is for you.
Maybe it's all the critical hits and like the numbers that pop up, and it's just like, yeah, that's very satisfying. I like that. Hey, 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 hey. Oh my bejeebus. Oh, I'm gonna die. He's a badass. Oh, what was that though? What was that? Gravity mine? It'd be funny if the enemy threw it back and said, I don't want it. I don't want it. Damn, $79. $79. And then multiply that by 1,000. And that's what I just lost. No, is that right? Yeah, that's right. I think. Question mark? Math? Do we try again? Yes. Yes, we do. This isn't even important to do, but we're gonna do it anyway. Doo-doo. Where are you? I don't know how I shot that. That was crazy. Okay, let's try again. Only I could kill the other guys. Yeah, you guys come out. shit. My thing takes so long to heal. Shield, please come back. Thank you, appreciate. Huh. Is this gonna work better? Dude, they are bulky. They're level 20. I'm level 20. Okay. That's only the first stage, too. Ooh, yeah. What the heck?
Don't be scared. Be very scared. You wish you could control me.
Oh no, I hate those things. The church are the worst. Where are you? Thank you.
Here comes the pit.
Nice.
You hack, I'll cause chaos and trouble.
Oh, get me out of here. Oh, get me out. That's what killed me last time. Holy. How are you only at 30%? What are you doing? We've been here for like 10 minutes. Echo. What's wrong with you? Oh my lord. I was told there wouldn't be math. I was told the same thing. Who's doing math?
Tell the topkeeper it was me.
Oh shit. Oh, he's a badass too. Yep. Come on, come on. Oh, so close. Oh, okay, we're not doing that. We're not doing that right now. We're not doing that right now. Oh, the that was painful. Oh, I almost got him. Global boost in chat. Everyone fighting C tier. Check to see if you need it. Good luck if you're going for it. Damn, that was so close. All right, I still had fun with that though. I need to be more cognizant of my shield, I think. What the hell kind of path is that? Got about 30 seconds on Clavapus. Good luck if you're going for it. How in the world do you want me to get up there? This way. This way. Bree, Jubat, Daz, Shay, Brad, Bats, and Too Lazy. Congrats on the catches. Now it's up there. Oops. How does that hit me still? No, don't fall. Oh shit. I don't know how to dodge the, what do you call that? Like the wave that goes out, that, like that one, I feel like I can dodge. But the one that just sends out an entire radius, I can't jump over. It hits me every time. Shockwave, that is the exact word that I was looking for. You read my mind. Yeah, I don't know how to avoid that. I will say the mix of enemies is quite fun. I do enjoy. Hey. Up there? What the heckers? Okay, okay. Yeah, obviously. Go this way. Sweet! You're badass. Oh, and you're chained to someone. Okay, hello. Are you in there? I can't even see you. Nifty. Nifty. Good morning, Marissa. How are you, my friend? Ooh, purple. Ripper license. I don't really like Ripper license. But 441 is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. I don't think I like that though. Were there other things? No, I got both of them. Okay. For a second, I thought I just ignored one of the porta potties. Is this where I'm supposed to be? No, this is not where I'm supposed to be. I'm supposed to be over here. Swoop. Swoop. More friends.
Aw, does this hurt your soul?
Nope.
Artificial light, total official death.
That dang attack. I need health. Is there someone up top? Like, am I missing someone? They have so much health. Why do they have so much health? You know what?
Here to slay.
Let's freaking do it. Get out. What's this? When equipped, grants 50% more shield. My shield's already kind of crazy though. My shield goes super hard until it doesn't. Then I just sit there and wait. But luckily I can save one of my familiars for when that happens. So I'm gonna start doing that. I will start doing that. Okay, so this is way up there. Can I get up there? Ooh, what's that? Whoa. Whoa. Bisha. That's really cool. That's really, really cool. I want this in real life. That's trippy. All right, how do I get up top here? Let me up. Oh, let me up. Thank you. Here you go, little guy. Now where do I go? This way? Alistair getting that power. Everyone excited for that giveaway? What would you do with the money if you won Soga's giveaway? Would you just save it? Do you know what you would use it on? Bladed with the attendance. Thank you for claiming that, my friend. Safe house acquired. Let's go. Let's freaking go. All right, I'm gonna sell all my stuff since we're here. So my junk. All right, next place. Is this a big bad story mission? Let's go see. Let's go see. That's a rock. Wow. What's this? Oh. I don't really care about you. Yeah, stop shooting my ride. You guys remember Pimp My Ride? That was a crazy show. Legend ZA Christmas presents, easy. Probably Legend ZA as well. I think that's a good bet. That is a good bet.
You're not ready.
That did nothing. Oh, hello. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Hate those things.
Someone behind me. Let's go. Oh, let's freaking go. Wishy-washy, strongest Pokemon in PCG. Good luck if you're going for it. I'm kidding. It is actually the weakest Pokemon in PCG. MTV Cribs. I do miss that show too. I heard a lot of controversy about Bird My burn my ride. Pimp My Ride, how they actually wouldn't like fix the cars up the way that they said they would. There was like a huge controversy about it. Saw the Robot Chicken version. It was Pimp My Sister. Oh my days. I heard you like yoga, so we put a yoga studio in your ride. So you can do yoga while you drive. Crazy. Crazy. That show was actually wild. I do like the MTV Cribs. I mean, I just like looking at really expensive houses. I don't even care if it's a famous person. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. It could just be a really cool house, and I'm down to check it out. Oh, wishy-washy last call. Hey, sir. Hoy! Let me out! Gosh darn. Rabbit bladed outback, Jubat prowl, bats, Miss Whiskers, and Barrett. Congrats, congrats, congrats. What's this? What's this? That's significantly more damage than this one. I want to try it. I want to try it. Assault rifle. No, it was SMG, right? I think. Question mark? What is this one? No, it's assault rifle. And I can just shoot that way. Oh. And then when I reload, wait a second. What did it say? Licensed impact magazine fires gyro jets that explode on impact. Licensed impact fires. Okay, I'm gonna have to test that out. I'm gonna have to test this out. Give me an enemy. Give me an enemy. Was MTV Cribs mostly made up? Like they rented a lot of the mansions to show it? Like the celebs were richer than they were? Was it? That's why Redman's episode was so funny. Same old spot he'd been in. Wait, I didn't realize that. I didn't know that was real. It doesn't make me like the show any less, though. Let's be honest. Ooh. Ooh. Now what do I do? I have a fully charged gun and no one to shoot it at. Come here. That didn't work.
Death to a life imitated.
I just have something against the lying for clout thing. I knew a guy in Chicago who did that ish and always bothered me. Well, yeah, in real life, yeah, that bothers me. But if it's for TV, if it's for production and entertainment value, like, I understand that, if that makes sense. They should be open about it, but... Do I like this gun? Questionable. I mean, it's not bad. I don't hate it. I think I like the other gun better, but... Oh! You're a baddie. You're a baddie. You're a baddie. I need help. I need help. I need help. Get away. Go away. Go away.
Consume them, my pretty.
Go away. Stay away. No. Away, I said. I'm unstoppable. I completely missed that. It's okay. Hey! Alright, let's try this new gun. Hey! Okay. I don't know if I like it. I don't know if I like it. Hey, wait. Are you dead? Huh? You good? Brother. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. The hell? How you doing, Sleepy? How you doing? Realistically, I just need more. I need better guns. We've leveled up a bunch, but we haven't really gotten a bunch of good weapons. Oh. Oh, who's this? He's so tiny. Defiant Calder.
Outlander, you fighting or sleeping? Come!
That's what she said.
Oh, look at him. Look at him.
These rattlers down! Return their parts to the mountain!
I like him a lot. That's what she said. Hey, hey now. Calm down. Calm down.
You wish you could control me.
Okay, who's the badass here? That's you. Okay, got it.
Much quieter. Now, let us speak. Come, come.
Ah, that's a grenade. Okay, okay, okay. I see, I see. Hey! Oh, wait. Oh, wait. There's so many of them. Why so many? Who are you? Who are you? You were not invited. Brother, what are you doing over there? Why? Ah! Why are you back? Why are you back? Oh, shit.
Consume them, my pretty. This is for you.
I know, I know, I know, I know, I know, I know. Fire hurts. What? How? Get up, sir. Also, what are you still doing alive? Die! Thought I already killed you. Why are you being such a problem? You're not even like a big deal.
So easy.
All right, there's another big guy. There's people up top.
Embrace the darkness.
What the f- Aim nothing but the head. I mean, I'm trying. It's easier said than done sometimes. It's definitely easier said than done. You know, I'm like, what am I doing? Aim, poke, aim. Being on fire is not fun. It does hurt. It does indeed hurt. Yeah, that's facts. That is facts. Which way you want me to go? This way? This way? Are there fancy things over here for me? Oh. Wow. Ooh, Rockruff, everyone. One of my favorite Pokemons. Beautiful shiny. It's a popper as well. Kato. Sir. Huh? What about this? Says cat. Nate. Sir. Look at it. This cat? I don't know. Chat. Cat or dog? Type 1 for dog, 2 for cat. Is this a cat or a dog? Absolute cat? Huh? No. There's no way. Y'all are trolling. Y'all are just trolling me. Get out of here. Get out of here. Tori, be careful you don't have that bow. Rough like dog. Yeah, rock rough like a roof. Huh? Catto. No. No. GG catchers. Congratulations. Congrats. You know what? I'm gonna take this. I'm gonna take that. Switch it up. Recycler. No, I don't care about that. I don't care about none of that. Boop. I think it's a gecko. Chat, we need some help. We need Jesus. Or something stronger than Jesus. Like alcohol. Like a shot of vodka or something. Just saying. Chat, you're crazy. Ain't nobody got time for that. Rockruff is a unicorn. I mean, slap a horn on its head and, you know, you're not wrong. Is there stuff over there? Do I care about that? Not really. Not really. Oh, hello. I don't know if I need to use this gun right now, actually. Wait! Ah! I switched the wrong guns. Sort by recent. Which one did I just get? Oh, this one. Sort by level. Manufacturer Jacobs, which is the one I was using. One. This one recent. That one. Okay, cool. There's so many people trying to hurt me already. I'm just trying to make friends, and you guys are all out here causing murders and chaos. Okay. Why can't we be friends? Oh, why can't we be friends? Is corrosive what I wanted, or do I want this one? I think I want this one. Whee! I'm alive! Yeah, this gun will be good. It's a good addition. I like it. There you go. What are you doing way up there, sir? Hello? Oh, God, you again. Okay. Take care of you. Get a friend over there. Oh, there's two of you. Okay, cool. Love that for me. Should have more friends that I can call in. Nice. Ow. Ouch, 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 ouch. Not nice, not nice. I'm dead. Wow, Soga. Not like this. Soga came in just to watch me die. How you doing, friend? Welcome in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Caper headbanging. Big hugs for you, Soga. Big, big hugs, my friend. Hopefully you were having a good one. Dang. Dang, 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 dang. Where am I? We're kind of... Okay, we're kind of close. We're kind of close. Off to sleep it down, Caper. Get some good rest, my friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging. Much love. Much love. No locked message sent. Ancient crawler. Ransack these abandoned crawlers for valuable tech. Huh. I don't know how that works. That's news to me. That's news to me. Love you all so much. Know you, Caper. I appreciate you. I appreciate everything you do. Thank you for being you. And I will see you soon, my friend.
This is frightfully fun.
Oh, that's our friend. Why'd I make you? Why'd I make you? All right, let's give that another go. Let's see how we do. Or actually, I might want to level up a little bit before we take this on, because this is a big quest. This is a big quest. Level 21 right now. I guess it shouldn't really matter because enemies do scale. So as long as you have like, I guess 20 is probably a pretty... No, 20 is hard because you want to be at the upper end. You want to be like 39. And then they would all be below you. You'll be righty. What do you mean? I just died. Sir, I was not all right. Plus, it'll be better to just like start the whole quest when we have a bunch of time. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. There's a good place to kind of wrap it up. Wrap it up. I mean, you dying is content for us. It is. It is. And since it does scale, I'll probably die again. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. 8 o'clock is generally when we start wrapping things up. So it's looking at the time, it works better this way now that I think about it. I mean, heck, I could probably keep playing for another like 5 hours, but I do need to get a bunch of stuff done. So let's figure out where we're going. Let's figure out where we are going to head off to tonight. We'll be back on Wednesday. And then this weekend, I think I've been pressured into doing a subathon. So we'll do a subathon starting on Friday. Lisa, how you doing? Subathon starting Friday. I will be sleeping, so I'm not going to be staying up the whole time. We will probably pause the timer for sleep time, though. So, yeah, should be a good time. Pokeathon. Yeah, I'm going to come up with some fun things. I hope you guys enjoy this version. It's going to be a little bit different than what I've done in the past, because in the past, we generally do like month-long events. But this one should be pretty fun. I'm pretty excited about it.
Welcome back SOGE into the Pokio pack. 31 freaking months.
Much love.
Let's
31 months. 31. Let me see. When's the last time I
Pokio
rated
1 heart.
all my friends? I try and spread the love. So I don't mind suggestions. I just need to make sure that someone that I haven't rated super recently, you know? Do. Ba, 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 ba. Shh, 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 shh. Do. Let's double check here. Do we know, is Wargaming ending soon? Are we good to raid them? If they are not ending soon, we can send the love on over there. I don't think I've gotten to raid them in a hot minute. I know. I'm taking your suggestion. It looks like they're just chatting. I want to make sure that they're not wrapping up. Oh, it looks like they're doing TCG packs. Like the online unofficial packs. Let's do it. Let's freaking do it, chat. We're gonna raid on over to Wargaming. We're gonna raid the kitchen, hit the cookie jar, hit the refrigerator. Make sure to eat some food, y'all. Take care of yourself. Drink all the waters. Stay hydrated. Remember, you are amazing just the way you are. I appreciate you. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, unless... No, especially not yourself. No one lesses. No one lesses. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. We'll be back on Wednesday. Until then, I appreciate you all. Thank you for the love and support today. Y'all are freaking amazing. I will see you soon. Until then, much love. Peace out. Let's send them an A tier.